Habiendo quórum, damos inicio.
There is a quorum, and we can hereby launch the 40th session assembly of the delegates of the SIM and the OAS. Good friends, ambassadors, alternate delegates, and representatives of the permanent representatives here in the OAS, representatives of civil society, special guests, dear colleagues, and workers here, staff here at the Inter-American Commission. It is an honor for me to open this meeting, this 40th special meeting of the headquarters of the Inter-American Women's Center, and for the first time in 30 decades, for the first time in 30 years, 3 decades, we are delighted to be with you again and to enjoy the warmth and the cordiality of the welcome you have brought us. This assembly, we hope, will lead to consolidate a number of actions that we have been taking since our meeting in Lima, Peru, when we launched a new stage in the economic rights of women in the Americas and our work in that particular field. We remember the 38th and the 39th assemblies that were held in Panama, where we spoke a great deal of the rights and the political autonomy of women and the alliances that are necessary in order to ensure that this transformative agenda marches forward. All of this has strengthened the role of the Inter-American Women's right here and everything that can be done to strengthen gender equality. The Inter-American Commission of Women, in its various meetings, and I want to state specifically Article 9 of the text, states that the ordinary, regular, and special meetings will be held and run by the president, and I am very pleased to sit here as such. But 4 years of this Panamanian presidency now come to an end, and we have seen the establishment of the Ministry of Women in my country, which it is my honor to head up at present. We would like to ratify the results of the informal meetings that we have held in order to appoint the chairs. Attorney Jancy Calderon, director of the Women's Institute in El Salvador, and Natalie Shaler, parliamentary secretary of Trinidad and Tobago. You are approved by acclamation. And congratulations, Madam Ministers. Inasmuch as this meeting, as we can see, is being held at the headquarters of the organization, we want to respect the order for the call. Costa Rica is the first. Is that all right with you? We move now to consider the various items on our agenda and to consider the work that has been carried out by this 42nd meeting. And we have this in SIM diagonal or /2 and SIM doc 426. These had been preliminarily approved in the preparatory meetings that we held prior to the beginning of this assembly, and the executive secretary of the Inter-American Commission for Women had distributed this earlier. I offer the floor should anyone wish to take it with a question or comment with regard to these documents. There appear not to be any requests for the floor, so I suggest that we hereby approve the work of that 40th meeting of the Inter-American Commission for Women. It is thus decided, and the documents are hereby approved. Let us now move to the installation of the General Committee and the Committee on Credentials. With regard to the General Committee, I would ask that we ratify the informal meeting that we held by heads of delegation when the General Committee was, in fact, formally established. And we move to credentials.
Aquí. Okay. Instale en la comisión. La Comisión General se
We shall be meeting in order to look at the draft that is being revised beginning at 10:15 in the Guerrero room, and that meeting will be parallel to this plenary. Now, that draft is pretty far advanced thanks to the great work that has been put into the work for this 42nd meeting that met 5 different times here at headquarters under the chairmanship of Panama. All of the delegations and member states of the Inter-American Women's Group speaking at the 40th Assembly of Delegates of the SIM will be able to speak either in Spanish or in English. Those are the 2 working languages. Maria Fernanda Cortizo, the ambassador and alternate representative before these OAS meetings, will be accompanied by the specialist, Hillary Anderson. As regards new proposals for any statements or other documents, all of this will be wrapped up by 5 p.m. today. And as to the Credentials Committee, I suggest that we back the informal agreement that was reached by the heads of delegation, whereby the Credentials Committee will be headed by Minister Marcia of Brazil. Her last name is Jeb Lopez, Marcia Lopez, and the titular representative for Barbados. Andrea Simon and Adriana Maldonado, the alternate for the economy. I think this is per the agreement, and it is so decided. Credentials will also be meeting, you may want to know, from 10:15 here in the San Martin room to speak on the women's issues and the credentials. Specialist Martha Martinez of the Executive Committee on the Commission on Women will also be leading that. But please stay in your places as we hold a very brief pause in these proceedings.
Ahora sí. Muy buenos días a todas y todos.
Good morning, everyone. Let us begin this 40th Assembly of Delegates and the inaugural session thereof. I invite Ambassador Alejandra Solano Calvialza to take her place, and also His Excellency Albert Ramdin, Secretary General of the OAS.
Damos una muy cordial bienvenida a nuestras autoridades.
A very warm welcome to all of our authorities at this meeting of the Assembly, and let me begin by giving the floor to Ambassador Alejandra Solana Calceta, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica here at the OAS and head of this particular group. Good morning, everyone. Your Excellency, Secretary General of the Organization of American States, Madam Chair of the Inter-American Commission of Women for Women, and distinguished ministers, ambassadors, delegates, and representatives of civil society. Again, a very warm welcome to you all. Good morning. In my capacity as President of the Permanent Council of the Organization of American States, let me, with great pleasure, welcome you to this 40th Assembly of Delegates to the Inter-American Commission for Women. This brings us together at a time that is most important, and we will be concentrating, and I quote, on the economic rights of women in the Americas, both policy and strategies that will allow us to move towards guaranteeing the autonomy and power of negotiation of women. When we speak of these issues, what we are really talking about is economic rights of women that really are rooted in economic growth, in social resilience, productivity, innovation, democratic stability, but it's also about autonomy. Economic autonomy is a sine qua non for women to be able to develop fully in terms of their own projects for their lives, to strengthen their public and private roles, and their capacity to decide and negotiate in all ambits of society. This is something that the World Bank has been looking at, and we see that women invest up to 90% of their incomes in education, health, the nutrition of their families and communities. The Inter-American Development Bank, for its part, has estimated that one could boost up the internal growth rate of the region to plus 16%, the GDP. These are basic elements, and we've done a great deal as we have moved forward. But alas, in our economies and societies, much more remains to be done, and particularly in terms of women's access to formal positions rather than more or less rooted ones. We're talking here about the importance of business opportunities, of knowing more about the digital world. Without all of this, women will very often continue then suffering from income that for men would be unthinkable, and it would be harder for them to, and as it is, to have access to formal lines of credit. Very often, these are more expensive and riskier than they are for men. So it's important that in the consideration of these inequalities, we need to look at what the roots are of these great differences, particularly as they affect rural women, indigenous women, Afro-descendants, migrants, and young women and older women. This is why we consider that spotting the barriers from an economic standpoint that has kept women down are key. And it is critical that this assembly focus on how we can help them do better in terms of their financial inclusion, entrepreneurial activity, digital inclusion, and the strengthening of public policies where gender is concerned. We're living at a time of great transformation economically and technologically. Digitalization, artificial intelligence, financial platforms, so many different workplaces and markets are shifting and being redefined faster than ever before. So it is absolutely essential that women not just benefit from these changes, but that they actually be leaders thereof. We know that economic autonomy and negotiating power in this end of the 21st century will be ever more dependent on modern financial education, connectivity, innovation, and all opportunities for economic leadership that must be seized. We need to recognize the reality of our women in the hemisphere and to do more for them, ensure that these best practices are more accessible, and that alliances among states, multilateral bodies, financial institutions, the private sector, and civil society all have their role to play. These gaps are there, and we need to close them. In that effort, the Inter-American Commission for Women is doing its role, what it can, to move forward historically and strategically. As you may know, the CIM has for many decades done a great deal to pave the way for women to do more and use their great capacity, but we are doing our best to focus on even greater challenges that are relevant in our era. Investing in the economic rights of women is not just a question of equality, it is the smart thing to do. And it will be the substratum for our societies to be able to share its prosperity and to become more resilient, more inclusive, and all in all, more dynamic and stronger in a word. When women march forward, so too do our democracies, our economies, and our very societies. Let us see in this opportunity that brings us together here a chance to do more, to build even stronger hemispheric commitments, to ensure that no woman see its potential blocked because of a lack of access, of opportunity, or autonomy. The Americas need more women, smart women, leaders, brave women that will be ready to assist us in changing our societies. I, for one, am sure that that future is upon us. Welcome, and let's have at it.
Muchas gracias, embajadora Solano. Continuando con nuestro acto inaugural,
Thank you, Minister Solano. I'm very pleased to give the floor to Huerta Palacio Muriola, the chair of the CIM and Minister for Women's Rights in Panama. Good morning, Your Excellency Alejandra Solano Cabalceta, Chair of the OAS Permanent Council and Permanent Representative of Costa Rica to the OAS. Welcome, Madam. We also welcome His Excellency Albert Ramdin, Secretary General of the OAS. Welcome to all of the ministers. And at this 40th meeting of ministers here and permanent representatives of the OAS, of observer missions, as well as member countries. Ms. Alejandro Mora, Executive Secretary of the SIM, distinguished members of these delegations, dear colleagues and good friends. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary General Rabdin and Assistant Secretary Gil, for welcoming us here at this 40th important meeting of ours in a historic room in the Americas, one where historic meetings have been held and decisions taken. So let me, as we meet today, give you this warm welcome, and in doing so, invite you over these next 2 days to hold an open and a vibrant debate, one that is nonetheless respectful of each other, lifting up the women of this hemisphere, focused on their full enjoyment of economic rights so that they too have a very important seat at the table where critical decisions are taken. Greetings also to the representatives of the permanent delegations among us. Your support has been definitive, and you will know more about it as we share our advances with you. I'm especially pleased to see here a number of ministers for equality of women, and indeed to see all of you here. Those very first years of SIM in which only 6, maybe 7 delegates could make it here because the rest of them couldn't come, either because of financial limitations or even civic difficulties. They simply weren't given permission to travel that far. But in 1928, the SIM was created as the only political forum of the hemisphere which had been generated to focus on gender equality. And since then, as you well know, the SIM has been at the forefront of critical meetings and declarations that are focused on the full enjoyment of women's rights. In 1933, when the Treaty on Equality was one instance. In 48, you see another, when in these OAS, we saw an agreement stating the important role of women as they enjoyed the right to vote. Also in 1924, when the Convention to Prevent and Eradicate Violence Against Women was adopted. SIM, in its several assemblies, has focused precisely on all of these legal frameworks that are the very bedrock of the rules and the public policies that our nations hold here at the OAS and that we discuss, knowing that they stand for the individual countries' frameworks and our joint and several commitments. Among other examples, we can turn to the model law of Mesegfi against violence, that on parity, that on care, which was held and upheld by 3125 at the Inter-American Court in The Hague, representing autonomous rights and holding up our model law as a very important milestone along that road. These model laws that we will be referring to in the course of the afternoon on empowerment, on financial independence for women, as well as the focus that we have now on closing the digital divide between men and women, are yet further examples of what SIM has been doing for economic rights for women This is a fundamental basis to root our political independence even more strongly in our nations. In spite of the fact that the independence and economic autonomy of women has been a source of interest and work for the societies, and despite the fact that the various gaps between men's and women's rights have been totally identified and proven, we still have a very great deal to do. We're not talking about simple things. Financial inclusion, the equality in the workplace. This is not easy, and certainly easier said than done, but surely the steps that SIM has allowed us to take has led to coherent policy frameworks and a manner of contributing fully to the advance of our nations on the basis of equality, non-discrimination, and therefore a very important role in the economic advance of each of our own countries. This is fundamental because we must know what our juridical principles are, what is going to be the bedrock that we will build on with our economic and financial colleagues. We don't always have an opportunity to negotiate with them. But here, SIM has also shone a light down the way, particularly at a time as unequal and uncertain as our own time is. Here is when we must work ever more with our regional and social allies, with other allies of multilaterality. I'm talking about the private sector, the economy, the intellectual stores of our companies. We need to promote better connections, better networks, and a more effective joint work that will build and gird the mechanisms that we have done so much to put before us. This is something that women know how to do in their own communities and working always for who is around them and for the majority. It is a great honor to address you today. So let us together have at it. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora.
Thank you very much to the president of the SIM. And now to conclude our inaugural session, I would like to invite His Excellency Albert R. Ramdeen, Secretary General of the OAS, to the podium.
Good morning. Good morning. I know it's early, and there is a lot of work to be done. Madam President of the Inter-American Commission of Women and Minister of Gender Affairs of Panama, Ms. Niurka Palacio Uriola, thank you very much for your leadership. And we also look forward to the 56th General Assembly taking place in Panama in 3 weeks' time. So thank you very much to Panama and the leadership there. Honorable ministers and high authorities for women and gender equality of the Americas, all of you very much welcome. Madam Chair of the Permanent Council, Ambassador Alejandra Solano Cabalceta, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica, to the OAS, our distinguished permanent representatives to the members of the member states of the OAS, and also welcome to the permanent observers to the OAS. Not present here, but certainly to recognize Ambassador Laura Gil, Assistant Secretary General of the OAS, Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission of Women, Alejandra Mora Mora, distinguished members and delegates, colleagues and friends. Welcome at the OAS in this historic hall of the Americas for this 40th Assembly of Delegates of SIM. Ladies and gentlemen, advancing women's economic rights in the Americas, which is the topic that brings us together in this great 40th Assembly of SIM, is, in our view, key to the prosperity of our people and our societies. Therefore, I thank you for your commitment and for your attendance to this important gathering here today. Ensuring that women can move ahead in accessing decent work, financial services, entrepreneurship, care systems, and leadership in decision-making position is, in our view, indispensable to create both an inclusive, fair, just, and dynamic society. When women are excluded from economic opportunity, and regretfully that happens, still, sometimes on purpose, sometimes institutionalized. When that happens, the consequences are felt across families, communities, and entire nations. The road ahead is filled with barriers that are not only unjust, but also destabilizing. These barriers weaken our democracies. They exacerbate insecurity. They undermine our ability to achieve sustainable development. Instead, when women participate fully in the economy without barriers, families experience greater stability and peace. Communities become more resilient, local economies diversify and strengthen, and societies are better equipped to prevent conflict, respond to crises, and recover from disasters. In this regard, our hemisphere has institutional tools built specifically to advance women's rights. The SIM stands out as the first intergovernmental organization in the world dedicated to this cause. For 98 years, in 2 years, a major celebration, it has worked alongside governments, multilateral bodies, academia, and women organizations to translate that commitment into concrete results. The assembly of SIM must be not only about dialogue, about statistics and observations and analysis. As I have emphasized on many occasions, multilateral cooperation must deliver concrete results for our peoples to improve their lives. Otherwise, the talk is not useful. And one of the most concrete transformative results we can deliver is ensuring that women, who make half of our hemispheric population, can fully shape and benefit from economic and public life. This requires dismantling discriminatory norms and legal barriers. It requires expanding access to credit, technology, and markets. It requires investing in women's skill, leadership, and entrepreneurship. And it requires recognizing that women's economic rights are inseparable from their rights to live free from pressure, from violence, from politically motivated attacks, and from the need to participate in decision-making and to enjoy equal opportunities in every sphere of life. Ladies and gentlemen, peace and prosperity are lived experiences. They are shaped by whether a woman can secure a stable income, whether she can access childcare, whether she can own land, whether she can rebuild after a hurricane, and whether she can participate in public life. These are the everyday foundations of stability, and these are the everyday realities that must guide our policies. By investing in women's economic rights, we honor the founding purpose of this organization. We strengthen the resilience of our democracies, and we take a decisive step toward building a more peaceful hemisphere for all. I am pleased to report that at the executive level of this organization, Madam Chair, distinguished delegates, we have a solid representation of women in leadership roles. The Assistant Secretary General is the first female elected in that position. The 2 Chiefs of Staff, senior advisors, our Executive Secretary for SIM, our Executive Secretary for the Inter-American Human Rights Commission, our Secretary for the Inter-American Human Rights Court are all women. The recently appointed Executive Secretary for SEDI, our development pillar, is a female, recently appointed. And the new Inspector General, in addition to our Chief of Protocol and several directors at the operational level, are all female. So I think we not only talk, we walk the talk. Thank you very much. And these are not operational positions. These are leadership, executive roles, where decision is made on the basis of policies, their own thinking, with respect and due recognition. We are pleased with how we are progressing in that regard. And I'm sure there will be a time when the Secretary General will be a female. That will happen, for sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, the deliberations of this 40th Assembly of Delegates will be fundamental, in our view, in shaping the work of not only SIM, but also of the Organization of American States in the years ahead as we approach the centennial. When you decide here, what you decide here will matter for the women of this hemisphere. It will be an example to the whole world for the strength of our democracies and societies and the kind of future we are building together. The General Secretariat and all of us stand ready to support you every step of the way. Thank you very much, and I wish you a very productive meeting with concrete results. Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Con esto concluimos.
With that, we conclude our inaugural session. The next item on the agenda is the official photo. There are actually two photos. So I would ask those up at the head table and all chiefs of delegation who are seated around the table to please step out to the OAS stairs for an official photo, and then we will take the family photo. If you'll give us about 5 to 10 minutes for the first photo, and then we will ask the rest of those joining us, permanent observers, and representatives of the OAS, etc., to come out and join us for the second photo. So I would ask those of you in the first photo to please step out at this time. Thank you.
No. Ahora sí, por favor, que baja.
Yes, can we all step out for the large group photo?
Excuse me. Buenos días.
Good morning. And they're asking for all attendees to step out.
Everybody on it, so please, if you go downstairs, yes, you can leave everything here. Thank you.
Vamos ya iniciando, solicitando tomen sus asientos. Vamos a dar la bienvenida
We are now going to welcome the Assistant Secretary General, Laura Gil, who is joining us. Thank you very much. And without further ado, let us launch into the second plenary session, which is going to give us an opportunity to hold dialogue and an exchange about the theme that we're covering here: policies and strategies for the guarantee of autonomy and negotiating power. This space is aimed at reviewing a number of decisions taken between 2022 and 2026 by the CIM on economic rights for women. And we have been working on this, ladies and gentlemen, to put together a really powerful agenda. We are going to begin by hearing a keynote speech which will set forth Karen Drone's identification of the main challenges and opportunities that have come before us in the last 2 years, and also, from a normative and regulatory standpoint, the opportunity to make law. We have representatives of civil society with us, and for the very first time within the context of the Assembly of Delegates, and thanks to the assistance of the Government of Canada, we have a rural group that works on rights for women, which will present their work and share their main conclusions. And so at this point, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'm pleased to give the floor to Alejandra Mora Mora, the Executive Secretary, who is going to pinpoint these different issues. Thank you very much indeed, esteemed Chair. Greetings to the delegations of the CIM and all of you, men and women. Laura Gil, it is wonderful to have you with us. It is really an honor to have here for the first time a woman leading the secretariat of this meeting. And it's a great honor to meet up with old friends, Karen. Thank you. What I would like now is to give a broad brush view of where we stand today in terms of economic rights. And do note that they are called economic rights, not empowerment, but rights, because we think that that is what we need to say. call it what it is. And I begin by saying that this is a significant and a complex moment. Rather like the challenges that were before our forebears 98, that's almost a century, years ago, when the CIM was founded. And what I would like specifically to point out is that none of the women who were there at that day even had the right to vote. Whereas, take a look around, every woman here has achieved the right to vote because of who we are and when we appeared on the horizon, as it were. Now, this year, 2026, the theme of this 40th Assembly addresses a new reality. What's that? Well, it's the reality of a woman who has cared for others her entire life and yet not recognized for the work she does. It's a time in which a woman who performs tasks considered work but has no right to a break or to a pension because she was working in the informal sector. And think of the woman who looks at a bank and thinks she's not welcome to open an account. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't I like to have an account in this bank? Well, she didn't have it. And I'm thinking also of the woman, you can put it in the plural, who single-handedly kept her small business afloat for a year and yet wasn't able to fulfill her dreams nor the business that she would have liked to continue. And I think also of that little girl who, like many of us, had to struggle with science and math with aversion. And there we were in a digital world as a place that didn't really seem to belong to her. But we're talking about this here because all of this is part of the issue of economic rights. And each one of these stories matter. All of these women are part of the data showing that only half of all women, I say again, only half of all women are in paid jobs and are therefore wholly or partially excluded from economic rights. The challenge of overcoming these exclusions and ensuring that women participate fully in the economy, transform their lives, and develop careers or businesses is the very reason for this 40th CIM Assembly. Women's voices tell us that this is the road to autonomy, toward a greater economy, the greater economic rights that are ours to claim, greater empowerment, greater bargaining power over our basic living conditions, because that's what it's all about. How can we overcome poverty and break the cycle of violence without that power? This is what we need to do. We need to certainly recognize that there remain multiple entity equality gaps on the path to economic rights, but there are four main pillars that I ask for you to consider. Shared responsibility for care, quality, and decent employment, as well as access to financial and digital resources. But let us remember how important it is to have not just any old job, but a decent job, something quality, something that'll give us access to what is ours to claim, and not, as in the past, that simply wasn't there for the taking. So closing these gaps could have a significant impact on regional GDP, development, economic growth, and the overall quality of the democracy. We need to close the gaps, because that is going to have a very significant impact on the GDP. And what CIM is suggesting then is to recognize that this path involves cultural change, strengthen women's leadership, regulatory frameworks that will move us and ensure that the structure that we presently have is still insufficient. It's fractured. It's fragmented. It just doesn't cut it. And we need to realize that what is there is failing to address the specific needs of women and our new realities. So in this context, then, ladies and gentlemen, this assembly, I believe, offers us an opportunity to seize the moment and understand how best we can build the roadmap and strengthen it as we go. It is a great, great privilege to have with us Karen Brown, who's an economist, international expert on gender and development. She's a senior fellow and director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Brookings, where her current research focuses on the intersection of climate change, which I remind us is a matter that many of you delegates have repeated, and public finance and gender equality. But when I met her, she was the global director of gender at the World Bank Group. And she has held senior positions at USAID, at AU, and the Levy Economics Institute. Ms. Brown has also published numerous books on taxation, trade, and gender equality. Her articles appear in prestigious academic journals. She's been on advisory boards at multilateral institutions and was recognized as one of the 100 most influential figures. I was with her at the high-level panel on women's economic empowerment, and it is a joy and an honor to be with her again. Karen, it's all yours.
Thank you so very, very much. I want to acknowledge distinguished delegates, your excellencies, ministers, members of the committee, and friends, and all of those of you in the room. I am really honored and quite humbled to be here today before you. And I have to say I've done a lot of work on issues regarding women's empowerment, women's rights, closing gender gaps all over the world. And I don't profess to be an expert on Latin America and the Caribbean, but I have to say I'm a huge cheerleader and fan of some of the work that comes out of your region that I have admired for many, many years, including on the CARE agenda that has been spearheaded by LAC and many of your countries. I have to say Uruguay is one of my model countries in the world, including on your leadership on gender data. I have to call out here INEGI in Mexico and the National Statistical Office in Colombia doing just amazing work. And I also have to say issues like the regional protocol on violence against women that many of your countries have led on, that are models for the rest of the world. So kudos on many of these accomplishments. But we have an unfinished agenda, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that today. But before doing that, I want to reflect a little bit on the context and the moment where we are. And I think that's really important because I've been working on these issues actually since the early 1980s when I was a young woman. And I watched the progress that women's rights activists made around the world from the very first conference on women's rights, international conference that took place in Mexico City, that continued in Nairobi, that continued in Copenhagen, and culminated in Beijing. And watched many international institutions, multilateral institutions take up the mantle. And I think we have much to celebrate of the progress during that time. But we're living in a context where a lot of that progress is very much under threat and is precarious. We're living in a context that is characterized by the polarization over women's rights, with some countries strengthening their commitments, their budgets, and their policies for women's rights. But there's also strong backlash in other countries against gender equality and women's rights. And we see the rise in gender-based violence and violence against activists, and we see the rollback of gains economically that women have made, as well as publicly, as well as against participation in public life. And I have to say in a very sober tone that I don't think this backlash is to be underestimated, and I'm going to come back to this, especially in the face of the role played by social media and digital technologies. And we can all celebrate digital inclusion. I think it's fantastic. But it's also important to see that there are dangers inherent in some of the approaches. I'm going to come back to this at the end of my remarks. I want to say, as ministers of women's affairs, I think you have a very special role to play in this context, not just for the protection of women's rights, but also for the advancement of women's rights and the transformation of those rights into reality, especially for the poorest and the most marginalized women in your countries. Because it's always the poorest and the most marginalized by race or ethnicity or location, for instance, rural areas, where economic realities are harsher than for women in other environments. Many countries are rolling back and no longer recognizing a rights-based approach in the current context. As I said, though, you have some amazing regional institutions and countries that are stepping up and keeping this agenda alive, including ECLAC, your commission that's meeting today, and other institutions. But I think it's important to complement the focus on rights with an economic approach. And I want to talk a little bit about where I think economic arguments can complement the rights-based arguments and help strengthen the progress that has been occurring over the past few years. And I think the economic arguments are centered in what all countries want. They're centered in the idea of development and growth and full prosperity for every citizen, for every member of a country's economy. When I was at the World Bank as global director, we always had a tension between rights-based approach and some people called the economics approach an instrumentalist approach. But I always felt that there's room for both. They're very complementary to each other. And I think it takes some real tactical thinking and strategic thinking to make sure that there's a more integrated approach between the two. I always used to argue that if the bank designed its loans appropriately, we would be rights respecting as an institution. So I think we have to look much more specifically at the design of policies, the design of institutions, and the way, centered in the ways in which economies work. Because if we get those issues right, I think rights will be respected. All regions are unique, but Latin America and the Caribbean stand out in the following ways. Oh, okay. And what I'm about to say is somewhat generalized, and there are going to be many exceptions, but I think these are the broad trends. First, comparing women in Latin America and the Caribbean to women in other regions, East Asia, South Asia, Sub-Saharan Africa, the OECD, women in your region rank really high on public leadership, which is fantastic, and relatively strong on entrepreneurship and employer status. Women in your region rank in the middle on issues like access to mobile technology, talking about informality, and somewhat weaker relative to labor force participation and financial account ownership. But within the region, however, women fare less well than men on most economic participation indicators. And I think that's the challenge that still needs to be addressed. But the size of that gap varies considerably within and across countries. So just some high-level statistics to set the stage. Recent World Bank estimates put women's labor force participation at around 68% in the region, compared with about 93% for men. So the gender gap is roughly 22 to 25 percentage points. And I'm sure everybody in this hall knows that this gap widens sharply after motherhood, especially after the birth of the first child. There's some really great work done by friends at the Inter-American Development Bank that show the wage penalties that exist after motherhood. And that's because women continue to bear most of the unpaid care work. Women in Latin America and the Caribbean spend at least twice as many hours as men on caregiving responsibilities, on unpaid domestic work, and so forth. And while I'm giving you these statistics, I have to say, I feel like a little bit I'm in that movie Groundhog Day, because I've been saying similar things now for about 30 years. So I'm really tired that the picture hasn't quite changed. Compared with other regions, Latin America's gender gap in labor force participation, though, is smaller than in South Asia. It's similar to parts of the Middle East and North Africa, and it's larger than many of the OECD countries. So the region performs in the middle of the pack on gender parity in labor force participation. But as Alejandra said, our distinguished colleague has said, having participation is, and looking at what the jobs are that women are working at is not the same as thinking about the quality of that work. And the quality of that work, I think, is really important. You mentioned decent work, but let me say that what decent work means has to do with wage parity, has to do with conditions of informality and precarity, positions of vulnerability, whether you work part-time or whether you work full-time. On the quality of work and participation in paid employment, the picture is much more mixed. Of course, gender wage gaps, gender earnings gaps exist in the region. And I have to say that informality has been a feature of many of your countries for as long as I remember. When I started my economics training in 1980, there was a very distinguished economist named Victor Tokman, who was at ECLAC, who was writing about informality. If anything, informality has increased in certain ways, but has not reduced. The picture, though, in your region is much more nuanced. In several of your countries, men have higher rates of informality, but in other words, the share of women in informal work is sometimes lower than men's share because men dominate some of the highly informal sectors like transportation and construction. But I think the point that is still present is that women experience greater vulnerability within informal employment than do men. And in other areas, maybe slightly less vulnerability. Women's informal jobs tend to be lower paid, less protected by things like social protection, more unstable, and of course more compatible with unpaid caregiving responsibilities. When I say more vulnerable, it's because many women who work informally do not have access to social protection. This is something I'm going to come back to because social protection is an extremely important economic issue for women in the region. Turning to entrepreneurship, your region has one of the world's highest rates of female entrepreneurship. And compared to men, women start businesses at relatively high rates. But we again know from the data that women-owned firms are generally smaller, less likely to export. Export-oriented firms are more likely to be more profitable than firms that don't export, and less likely to access formal credit. Women are highly represented in self-employment and microenterprises in traditional sectors such as retail and food services and family businesses, while men tend to dominate in medium and larger scale enterprises, high-growth firms, and technology-intensive sectors. Women entrepreneurs are less likely than men to obtain formal business loans and access larger lines of credit and to use investment products. But compared to other regions, the male-female entrepreneurship gap in your region is smaller than in South Asia. It's comparable to the gaps in sub-Saharan Africa and larger than the OECD. And finally, turning to financial inclusion, about 70% of women now own an account at a bank or a financial institution, or to use mobile money. Men still have somewhat higher financial account ownership rates than do women, and the gender gap is somewhere between 5 to 10 percentage points, depending on the country. On the digital inclusion front more generally, women in your region have relatively high rates of mobile ownership, which is nearly universal. Internet use and digital financial access. And I have to say, when you actually look at the data from organizations like the World Wide Web Foundation, the World Bank, the Findex survey, women still lag behind men in things like smartphone ownership. Almost everybody has a basic phone, but men still predominate in smartphone ownership. And men tend to predominate in terms of internet use, particularly in terms of things like digital bill payments and digital services, like savings, for instance, as well as advanced digital skills. The largest divides in that area occur among rural women, low-income women, indigenous women, and Afro-descendants, along with older women. So compared to other regions, the gender financial inclusion gap and the gender digital gap are smaller in Latin America than in sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia, but higher than in East Asia and the OECD. So closing these gaps, which is your agenda for this meeting, represents unfinished business. And I think that you have some great positive trends that can help in closing these gaps. You'll hear from my friend and colleague Ana Maria Trebin from the World Bank. She's on the Women, Business, and the Law team. And the most recent data from Women, Business, and the Law show that from between 2023 to 2025, 12 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have enacted reforms to provide women with greater access to economic opportunities. That's a lot of progress in a 2-year time. Importantly, as I mentioned earlier, your region stands out in the world in having the smallest political leadership gaps. Having the right leaders complementing the legislative approach with the right economic policies can be a game changer. So in my last few minutes, let me talk about what are the right economic policies that I think are important for focus. I've been doing some work for the last several years on fiscal policy, looking at taxation and expenditure. Your region, I think, has a little bit of a ways to go for domestic revenue mobilization in terms of the types of taxes that are important, that can be raised in ways that are progressive, that don't hit the burden on those who are less able to pay, those who are informally employed, complemented with an approach that thinks about public investment. And I use the word public investment deliberately because the idea of investment has a return. It has an economic return and a financial return. Public investment in care, particularly in early childhood care, is a job creation strategy. While we might want to argue it on a rights basis, a lot of the evidence shows that public investment in care creates multipliers, employment multipliers, that in many contexts are higher than the multipliers created by public investment in infrastructure like construction or transportation. If you invest in care, you are creating jobs, and if these jobs are decent jobs, you're creating revenue for the public purse. You might not have increased tax revenue in 2 years, but you will have increased tax revenue in 3 to 5 years, and certainly in 10 years. So let's think about child care, both in terms of what it can do, in terms of benefits for children, but also as a job creation strategy. I think expanding social protection to informally employed workers is very important for stabilizing income and consumption. And this is an unfinished agenda in the region. I think during COVID, we saw many great experiments of how we could extend social protection, but social protection is not something that's temporary. We need social floors to protect those who are at the bottom of the income distribution. When we think about issues like gender earnings gaps, there's a lot of interesting work on legislative approaches like pay transparency and how that can help close wage gaps. I think those are things to experiment with. Approaches that work to help women entrepreneurs include a lot of not just standard approaches, things like business training. When I was at the World Bank, we actually started to move away from standard business training to help women. We need to think about the demand side, not just the supply side, not just fixing the women to help them be better entrepreneurs, but creating the conditions under which women can borrow, can grow their firms, and can employ other people. There's some research that shows that women entrepreneurs tend to hire other women, which is fantastic. But we need to think through some of the good examples of programs in your region that incorporate things like personal initiative training, not just standard accounting training, the inclusion of wraparound services like childcare, public transport. There's things that are happening in the private sector that can be scaled, like reducing collateral requirements for borrowing, using psychometric scoring for lending, issuing larger credit lines to female medium-sized firms. When I was at the bank, the International Finance Corporation, IDB Invest, they're piloting and experimenting a lot of interesting approaches. But one of the things that I also think is important, while I've discussed each of these issues on their own, we can't think of these issues in silos. Everything works together. Being able to open and grow a firm also means you have to have full access to and control over financial services. So there's an inherent interrelationship. If you're an employee earning income, you need to save. Having approaches that enable you to save, to grow assets, is really important. So we have to think about approaches that work together and are complementary and not in silos. And we need, within each of these areas, to try to have a laser-like focus on those constraints that need to be tackled first. So priorities matter. Before I close, I want to come back to where I started. I want us to remember that for every positive step forward, we actually need to expect, not just expect, we need to anticipate backlash. And I think we need to design for that. We make gains in some areas of women's lives economically, but there will always be slippage in others. So women may gain control over their own income, but they might be subject to intimate partner backlash. So we can't think about gender-based violence as a separate issue from economic empowerment. I mentioned digital public infrastructure earlier. When digital public infrastructure can hold great promise, it can actually be a double-edged sword with increases in cyber and technology-enabled violence. Unless we have strong guardrails in place, I worry about the interoperability of digital services. I worry about privacy and safety and security. So we might put in place legislation on digital inclusion. We also need to work with the private sector and the tech companies to ensure that things like user consent, selective disclosure, is foundational to DPI, digital public infrastructure design. So we need to think how we can work with the private sector to embed positive design features that allow individuals to explicitly consent to each distinct use of their data, such as choosing whether to use their biometric data can be accessed by government agencies or financial institutions. And these are active discussions in the digitalization world right now. And I've been working with a group of colleagues, and I think this is where your commission can add some value for putting in place the kinds of standards that would enable these kinds of positive design features to be embedded. There's many examples of good practice that exist in all of your countries. I think the issue is not to see the little pilot that exists in any one place or any one geography, but to think through right now how we can have more scaled approaches. How do we learn from the very good work that our friends in the World Bank, the IDB, ECLAC, and others have through random control trials on what actually works? And how do we put our resources behind those to scale those appropriately? So this is a moment of challenge, and it's a moment of change. And I fundamentally believe that if we get the economics right, our rights agenda will also be realized. So let's pay more attention to some of the economic policies that are important that I just mentioned going forward. In closing, I want to wish you success in your deliberations today and tomorrow, and I hope it results in a productive outcome for your countries and for all the regional institutions that are represented here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Karen. Moving on, I would like to invite the moderator for the exchange between the SIM delegates and civil society representatives, the OAS Assistant Secretary General, Ambassador Laura Gil, to kick off this session. Ambassador Gil, you have the floor.
Invitamos también a las dos.
We would like to invite members of civil society to come up and join us at the head table.
Embajadora Gil.
Ambassador Hill, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Minister Palacios. Good morning. And as you all know, this is the first time we are going to be holding a dialogue at this point of this type as part of the SIM Assembly of Delegates. As part of the methodology in introducing the panelists, I would like to state to ambassadors, ministers, chiefs of delegation, friends, colleagues, I would like to say a few words about what I believe this means for hemispheric multilateralism. As you all know, that we've heard a lot of talk about the crisis of multilateralism, which tends to be a discussion about money, the financial crises in multilateral organizations. That crisis is simply a symptom of something else. Something I think is more at the core of what is of interest to all of us, particularly those of us here present today. Multilateral organizations are experiencing a crisis, a crisis of legitimacy, of trust, and a crisis when it comes to connection to the people. Many, many people in our countries feel that international decisions happen very far away from their lives, behind closed doors, using technical language and institutional dynamics that do not always manage to translate into specific responses. And when that distance grows, it undermines the image of multilateral organizations, but it also weakens the very idea of cooperation, that cooperation and doing things together is important. This is why what we're doing right now means so much, because working with civil society can't merely be symbolic or protocolary. It is important for the democratic system in the Americas and in our countries. Rebuilding democratic systems requires our recognition of civil society and multilateral organizations, because our citizens need to see more austere, more transparent organizations that can be better accountable. They want to know how decisions are made, how resources are used. And they want to make sure that institutional priorities are in line with people's priorities. The legitimacy of these institutions is not just about formal mandates. They rely increasingly on our ability to be consistent, open, and responsible. And this is no more evident in anything else than women's economic rights. In this region, equality did not begin with multilateral organizations. It began with popular movements by women's organizations, community organizations, care networks, journalists, etc., students. And they are the ones who pushed for debates that others didn't want to hold. The inter-American system was able to advance because organized civil society demanded that it progress. If we look at the Convention of Belém do Pará, that did not happen in a vacuum. It came from social pressure, political pressure to compel states and institutions to recognize realities. This is a very important lesson for current times and for this gathering. In terms of mistrust and multilateralism, the idea shouldn't be to turn in even more. It has to be exactly the opposite of that. We have to open up spaces for truly listening to others, with the involvement and participation of civil society, and to understand that civil society is not simply invited to the table, they are a key actor. In Ministers of Women, this is a particularly challenging time for you. You are the ones on the front lines in terms of tensions in our societies. Economic inequality, violence, polarization, and sometimes backsliding with rights, the burden of care. And this is why governments and civil society, the relationship isn't simply a privilege, it is necessary. We're not here just to discuss gender, politics, and policies. We're here to talk about how to rebuild trust in something much broader than multilateral organizations and peoples. And part of the response to the crisis of multilateralism must stem from these discussions. We have to show that institutions can listen, represent, serve, can manage their finances with austerity, act, and be truly accountable to people. And this is what you are doing, Secretary Mora, Executive President. That is what you agreed to do. It is an example in the inter-American system writ large. It is an example in multilateralism. The idea is to delve deeper in what's already being done to be able to close this gap that we have in between the organizations and people. Now, I am very pleased to introduce the panelists joining me here. We have Sarah Muxmux from the Xbox Collective from Guatemala, Piedad Guzman from the association Somos Más from Colombia, Somalia Soriano from the network Luna Mujeres de Dominicanas with Visual Impairments, and the Latin American Network for those with disabilities, and Monique Majon from Caribbean Women in Tech from Jamaica. This is how we are going to proceed. Civil society groups have spent 4 days virtually and 1 day in person. They have rapporteurs who will each speak for 3 minutes. The topics we will begin with are the following. Labor inclusion and decent work, entrepreneurship, financial inclusion, comprehensive care systems, digital inclusion, and connectivity. The delegations will all also have the same amount of time, 3 minutes, to weigh in. That will be our first round, and then we will have a second round where we discuss other topics, but we will follow the same methodology. And now with that, Madam President, I suggest we proceed and start with our discussion. I wish you all a very productive conversation in the coming hours. So we will begin by talking about labor inclusion and decent work. Good morning, everyone, Your Excellency, Assistant Secretary Laura Gil, ambassadors from member states, and civil society. We are among the 300 organizations that took part in yesterday's forum, Labor Inclusion and Decent Work. Why do we not see results if in Latin America and the Caribbean there are so many problems related to labor inclusion? Women of all types, we see no results. It's because the programs are not addressing the structural barriers that you all recognize in this agenda. The region has made progress at a regulatory level, yes, but the difference between the commitment and implementation continues to be very large. 46.7% of workers in Latin America continue to work in the informal economy. That means nearly half of women don't have social security or any type of labor protection. Women's participation is 22 points less than men. In rural areas, that gap is even larger. Women earn 70 cents per dollar that men earn on average. And for women who cannot work because of a lack of opportunities, the gap is 16.4%. 70% of women entrepreneurs cannot access formal credit, not because of a lack of capability, because it's impossible. They need collateral. They make it impossible for them. Just 1 of every 4 of jobs is occupied by women, and these figures do not reflect a lack of programs, but of programs that do not lead to transformation. Where do they fail? They don't have impact. And why is that? Because they do not have women's involvement directly, particularly in rural areas. They don't address structural discrimination, gender discrimination, discrimination for disabilities, etc. They do not guarantee equality in wages. They do not recognize domestic work or care work. They do not transform the labor conditions of the private sector, which continue to be too masculine and exclusive. They do not create permanent ecosystems of mentorship and support. They are generally isolated workshops without follow-up. They do not involve coalitions for follow-up. The programs do exist, but they are not designed on the ground. They are not compelling, and they do not require any accountability. That's why member states, we haven't come to ask for explanations. We want 3 types of transformation. That means that women must be involved, their involvement in the design and evaluation of labor policies, is salary equality and frameworks that there has to be access to technology and decent work. The region does not need more programs, but real results on the ground. And these results will only be possible when women who underpin the economy are at the center and at the table of decision making.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Pasemos.
We will now go to entrepreneurship and financial inclusion.
Daniela Nicomagri Hundamagri. Las mujeres.
Women in our region, in their diversity and plurality, have faced colonial systems, and therefore individual and collective rights at the economic level are not guaranteed. And for that reason, it is so important to conduct a deeper analysis about these situations that we are facing disproportionately. If we recall what happened in Latin America and the Caribbean, where colonization relegated women and indigenous women into private spaces and forced to perform care work, which is unpaid and unrecognized, and forcing them into precarious situations. As we know, public spaces have been occupied by actors who have seized both power and the economy, and with that, the access to the guarantee of rights to entrepreneurship and financial inclusion. Therefore, this right has been denied to women, and it has had very serious impacts at the individual and collective level. Women have faced very serious situations and barriers, and therefore the enforcement of existing regulatory frameworks in countries and institutions, they have not included a gender approach or perspective at all levels. It is important to guarantee those instruments that have already been achieved for equality so that they can be responsible for galvanizing these situations and laws and guarantees of intersectionality for women. In other words, the right to economic inclusion must take into account the differences, needs, and contexts. It continues to be necessary to build a system that brings together the state, banking, academia, civil society, and above all, communities with a gender approach, intersectionality, and intergenerational approaches, representing women in all of their diversity and plurality. We are demanding true transformation that cannot be put off any longer. It is important to reform financial systems and include a gender approach, design financial tools that are adapted to the needs of women in their diversity and plurality, and create public funds and mechanisms for funding that favor women. We have to guarantee access to banking and financial services, strengthen financial and digital education using a gender approach at all ages, promote financing models that contain a gender perspective. I call upon all states to take on their responsibilities to guarantee individual and collective rights, to guarantee quality of life and good living in representation of more than 300 civil society organizations in the region. Thank you so very much.
Pasamos entonces.
Let us now move to the comprehensive or integral systems of care. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you. I'm here representing the women of different collective enterprises and women with disabilities. And I would like to share with you a few thoughts on the economics of care. Care sustains life. It sustains economies. It sustains communities. But guess what? It falls unfailingly upon women most. many of whom are never paid a salary. The number speaks for themselves. Non-remunerated care, as well as remunerated care, as a matter of fact, counts a great deal for the GDP of this region, for each of the countries in this region. We're talking about 16 to 26%, of which 74% is, in fact, earned by women. A terrifically disproportionate share, you will agree. I'd like to share with you Maria's story, a young girl living in rural areas who was handicapped, and once she became pregnant, she didn't have any choice but to drop her studies and to seek desperately to find a job in the informal sector, because that was the only thing that would give her a chance to allow her to care for her own infant. So with much less social protection, she grew older, as one does, and became an adult. But because she did not have the support that society should have offered, she was really not well off at all in the broadest sense of the term. And this is why civil society so much insists on the fact that we need this situation to be understood in the public policy area. There has to be a sharing of responsibilities among the state, men, women, civil society, the state itself, the governments, and with an emphasis on mental health. We also feel that there has to be citizens' authorship here. There has to be empowerment of the citizenry. And public powers must think of the role of Afro-descendants, indigenous women, migrants, and women with handicaps. Maria, the figure I'm offering you here as an example, represents millions of women who are desperate for help and who can't keep waiting. Here's the question: who cares for the caretakers?
Finalmente pasamos.
Well, finally, dear friends, let's move to the last issue on the first round to cover the questions of digital and connectivity issues.
Nika John, founder of Women in Tech Caribbean and software engineer by training. It is an honor to have your presence here today. I follow the protocol already established before me. Technology and digital spaces remain a key economic driver globally. A female digital entrepreneur can often choose her working hours, benefiting from a high time-to-income ratio, allowing her to balance her time with care for children or family members with a healthy income. This field is also excellent at offering well-paid remote opportunities for example, visually impaired persons and women. It may seem that women in tech can have it all. And yet, women continue to face structural and social barriers to entering the technical and digital space. It is crucial that we consider 4 concrete areas of work if we really want to bring women closer to an active participation in the digital economy. 1, promote comprehensive and sustained digital literacy and training programs for girls and women, including education in STEM, artificial intelligence, programming, robotics, and digital citizenship from an early age. And also following up with experts coming in from time to time. This is a field, I can tell you from experience, that moves at the speed of light. We need to make sure that when we establish these programs that we also keep them up to date. 2, combat technology-enabled gender-based violence through regulation, accessible reporting mechanisms, accountability for digital platforms, and gender-sensitive digital safety programs. 3, ensure that artificial intelligence technologies and systems are developed with diversity and critical oversight, incorporating algorithmic audits and impact assessment mechanisms to prevent bias and gender discrimination. 4, fast internet and infrastructure. My country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, come to mind. The data shows that for 2024, active internet users stood at 76.2%. In the same year, SVG saw the highest increase in mean download speed regionally. These figures frame our situation very positively, yet the gap between well-connected areas and those still coming online is very present. This means that rural women continue to be out of reach of the opportunity of the internet. At the end of the day as well, our internet speed in St. Vincent and the Grenadines still falls more or less in the middle compared to our regional peers. With these points, I hope that it should be resoundingly clear that as we race ahead in our improvements in the goals in digital technology and space in the Caribbean, and rightly so, we really must be vigilant that women in all our intersections are not falling into the gaps, and that we can fully embrace the promise and the opportunity of a digital economy. I thank you.
Well, thank you very much indeed to the panelists for their respective presentations, and above all, for the very hard work that they've carried out, not least recently, and to be with us today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have a number of issues that have been put forth to guide our considerations and your considerations as delegations as we move forward. Let me mention them. What elements of the ones that have been put forward here resonate the most for you in your country and are most timely for you in your country today? And what initiatives do you think should be borne in mind to try to respond to the issues that have been put forward and concerns that are being considered here? So there you have it. Give it some thought and ask for the floor. We'll take note of who speaks when. I'm going to repeat this, says the speaker. Of the different issues that have been presented here, which feel most like the issues that you and your countries are considering? And given the concerns expressed, what do you think could be the next steps?
Ministra, es un gusto volverlo.
Minister, what a joy to see you again. Welcome to Washington. You have the floor. Very grateful to you. Thank you. It's good to be here. I hope you can hear me through the interpretation, and so I'll jump right in. I have had the opportunity to consider this matter carefully and even to speak on it in the past, but I'd like to express congratulations here. The delegate can continue. No need to pause. This is the interpreter speaking. And I want to congratulate the members of civil society who have spoken today, because each one of you, ladies, have spoken very coherently, not only about issues that certainly in Brazil we know by heart, but I dare say issues that resonate everywhere in Latin America, certainly in the Caribbean, I'm very sure. And I think that in the last meeting of MESECFI that we were able to hold, we drew great strength and enthusiasm and comfort knowing that we are here together to tackle such issues as violence, as digital considerations. We have a Ministry of Health. But we have two main speakers for civil society who have expressed what they have lived in different parts of our country, which is a very big country. So, for example, we have a program called Wings for the Future, by which we mean what might be the best scholarship that could be offered to young girls. Aside from mathematics, engineering, and we've had wonderful results when those young girls have had an opportunity to such training. We're coming out of 1,400, where we started with, to a group of 5,000 to make sure that those girls could now step up to what the very thing that they talked about. They are caretakers as they have been cared, but they want to make sure that there will be caretakers in the future. So we hope that in every university, federal or state, anywhere we have educational centers, there has to be attention paid to the role of women as caretakers. What can they study? What must they study? Because many of them will have to leave their children at home. So that's one point that I wanted to make, and I wanted to express my congratulations and simply say, without civil society, no government can fully understand and espouse the issues that you yourself are making clear here for every country. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Very grateful. If you wish to take the floor, press the microphone once. If you do it twice, you will be listed and then immediately deleted. Only one press of the microphone, and that will give you the mic. The representative for Paraguay is recognized. I thank you very much indeed for your various statements, particularly the points that you have raised for the consideration of civil society. We are here as ministers, and it's an important moment. And frankly, we are challenged by the questions you've asked. Paraguay believes that financial independence is a most important means by which women can defend themselves from ill treatment and being left under the thumb of people who aren't happy with their autonomy. We consider, therefore, that when women have a control over their own financial resources, they have a negotiating power within their own home. And that is something that reduces vulnerability. We also want to state that we have best practices in terms of access to land and a few other points, which we think are key, because we've got to reduce the gaps that keep women from moving forward. Now, we understand women live in all kinds of different contexts, but we have good practices, best practices rather, that Paraguay would like to share. We also want to say that in the context of multilaterality and in subjects or areas like Mercosur, sometimes women prefer to look at gender issues, but it's important that international agreements include specific clauses that speak to the importance of bringing women into the labor force. The shared responsibility for care, as the Minister for Brazil spoke, is another area in which we need to put our heads together. And finally, let me speak about labor representation. We, the women, were the ones most affected over the pandemic, but today We represent 60% of the new positions that are taken and 70% of the non-agricultural positions. One of the representatives for civil society said quite rightly that we still have a lot of challenges in the rural areas, and so it'll be good that we can share our strategies from the head table. That said, despite everything we've carried out, there are still huge gaps between men and women as regards salary. So we have to keep working. It ain't over yet. We women need to be very sure to not let go of the challenges such that all of us together can move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Pomata, says the Assistant Secretary General, the Director for Paraguay. Good morning. Good morning, Assistant Secretary General, President of SIM, and distinguished representatives of civil society here representing the women and the feminists of this region. I would like to say how pleased I am to be a part of this dialogue and the space that civil society has carved out for all of us. It's critical that the Inter-American Women's Association be continually reinforced. We don't really have time to go into each one of the 4 points. These are the basic elements by which we can truly open up the potential for women in the region. And let me also quickly mention digital education. We've worked on this hard in my country through various specific policies and in a manner in which we can work tightly with each of the different agencies of state, because that digital education is going to have a significant impact on education of women through society at large and their impact on it. One example I can give you is that from 2007, Uruguay has been carrying out a program of universal access to certain mechanisms and connectivity in the public educational system, in the public school system, because we wanted to be very sure to reach out to the young boys and girls in the most remote areas of our country. Those are the ones that feel most lost. But that's where this policy began, certainly at the edges of the country, and then moved in to the interior. It started in the primary school level and moved up to secondary school with the support of the different governments that have been in power. And we hope that this universal policy will continue to be maintained. We think it essential that it be available from the earliest childhood for it to really make a difference. Now look, I'm not saying for 1 minute that we have bridged the gap in the digital area, but I am saying that we have got to keep an eye on what the real source of inequality is and keep at it. Access to computers, different platforms, having access to digital concepts on the same footing as young boys. Can't be a difference between boys and girls, because it's important that where we have identified inequality, we stop it and not keep repeating it from generation to generation. You can't leave the little girls back. And by the way, they don't have to worry about cooking and sewing. How about STEM issues? We know that's a big step, but we feel it's essential. Thank you. I'm terribly sorry we cut you off before you said your last sentence, but I think we heard you. Thank you for giving me the floor again, says the minister from Uruguay. Digital literacy a feeling of comfort with the robotics. All of these things must be available to women so that even in, and especially in the world of employment, they're on an equal footing. We're beyond baby dolls. Thank you very much. The delegation of Guyana is recognized.
At the head table and all my colleagues around this table. I think women have confidence in us, and the confidence should extend to us making the kind of decisions and contributions beyond even our national borders. You're all here doing really fantastic work on your national platforms, and I think if we share our national programs, initiatives, we can have that regional model that we really need to extend what we do beyond our borders. And I'd like to share on 3 different areas. I must say that I couldn't choose because all of your presentations resonate with me. I will start with the digital end of things to say that Guyana's transformation continues, and we have accelerated with widespread internet accessibility powered by first world technologies, including nationwide 4G expansion, emerging 5G capabilities, and low Earth orbit stability. We have expanded our internet connectivity through internet hubs into the hinterland among indigenous communities, and we have in our schools coding, STEM, robotics as national programs starting from our primary level. We are also making sure that no child is left behind in this, and we are definitely looking at connectivity using the Starlink mechanism to improve that as well. And we've definitely used the digital school. Guyana has introduced the Guyana Digital School, which is not only for Guyana, but for the entire Caribbean. And it has AI tools, as well as it allows digital learning in addition to learning in schools that extends to our regions, our hinterland, and has already been accessed by other Caribbean countries. And our president is leading this initiative himself. We've also been looking at the persons living with disabilities, and we have done free training for all persons living with disabilities. Notably, most women gravitate to our training, and from there, they all have access to a revolving grant to start up their own businesses, where we provide technical support and expertise. The First Lady also champions this, and there is a Center for Empowerment, and we are building those out regionally so that training, capital, all of that is extended in all of the regions in Guyana. We also provide access to free assistive aids and also financial support monthly to persons living with permanent disabilities. All of these things are done in conjunction with sister agencies in government, civil society, under the National Commission on Disabilities. We've also been working on the aspect of care, and that's what I'm most excited about, having been tasked to spearhead this in our country with a $1.2 billion investment in care, where we're dismantling the structural barrier that prevents women from accessing care for their children and prevents them from getting into the world of work, the world of academia, and all the dreams and hopes they have. We have definitely had the model that blends day-night care and early childhood development, and we are working with civil society, faith-based organizations, individuals, and women's groups in particular, so that we offer free.
Go ahead, just finish your thought, please.
Free training in childcare, early childhood development, and we provide women with a model, a financially sound model of co-investment with government so that they can set up home and community-based care, providing employment, providing free child and elder care service, and providing entrepreneurship opportunities. And we have been able, finally, to train 25,000 women in traditional and unconventional technical vocational skills, including plumbing, carpentry, welding, and a whole host of other skills to introduce them into the labor force. We have a labor shortage, and we will not be a country that excludes half of its population. Rather, we promote inclusion and access. And I think these are the kinds of models that every country and globally that we should embrace. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity.
Thank you, Minister Purcell. Ahora le voy a dar la palabra.
I am now pleased to give the floor to Minister Palacio, who will speak as the head of delegation of her country rather than as chair of the commission. You have the floor, Minister. Yes, and with great pleasure, good morning and thank you. With regard to entrepreneurship and financial inclusion, we can say that in our country we have 2 state banks, and under the leadership of the President of the Republic, Juan José Moreno, have tailored certain programs specifically to women, Agromujer, which is financing up to 100,000 for women in the industry sector and in the agricultural sector. The focus includes medical assistance for women who work at home. There is also help with pets, which matter to families. And so the economic well-being of women, we believe, is buttressed through this. And we have another state bank, which is our shareholding bank or a savings bank. The interpreter corrects herself, the savings bank, but it offers experience helping people open up their first bank account, how they can start saving, where women can show that for 2 years on a continuous basis they have kept up their improvements. They can there step up their understanding of finance in the country. And this has meant that a couple of private banks in our area have suddenly recognized that the role of women matters from a banking standpoint. So much so that even within their own banks, they're tailoring the amount of money that might be used to finance some activities of those women should they choose to receive that support. We have, of course, also a law that has to do with care that goes from babies to the elderly, and a recognition either way that there again, who cares for babies? Who cares for old people? They too need care. So we in Panama are looking at the entire agenda that spans economic development of women, underscoring the fact that non-traditional work should also be remembered, and that this be available to young girls once they finish their technical work and whatever. They're learning about refrigeration. They're learning about the girls are learning to be plumbers and electricians. It's no longer baby dolls, and so they too have a much to give to their country.
Muchísimas.
Thank you very much, Minister. I will now give the floor to the delegation from Grenada. Minister Thomas.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to just share a bit here in this forum. Distinguished Chair, fellow ministers, delegates, development partners, participants. The area of entrepreneurship and inclusion speaks directly to us in Grenada. There are many areas that we see the need to involve and work with our women, but entrepreneurship and inclusion sits high for us. Women have been deprived, economically disadvantaged over the years because of their participation in the care economy with unpaid work, and they are not recognized. So we decide that we must continue to be aggressive in ensuring and securing economic autonomy for our women. In Grenada, we have organized training for women and girls in assisting them in establishing their own business and assist them to improve their economic situation through the establishment of these businesses. We have organized exhibitions of businesses of women who are already involved in business as business operators to motivate and encourage our women so that they get an idea and develop interests in different areas that they can consider. What we recognize is there is the need for us to take a harder look at our policies, our procedures, our approaches that continue to compromise our women's economic independence. We have to continue to build partnership to strengthen our forces to make a successful breakthrough for the economic independence of our women. Partnership with civil society, with men, with women, and persons across all sectors of society. We decide that we have to identify the barriers, and we've been doing that over the years, but what we realize is at different times, different barriers and challenges prop up, and we have to continue to work to limit those barriers and to ensure that our women continue to have opportunity. And so we commit ourselves to dismantling these factors so we can realize success. We continue to work with our women, hear from them, listen to them, and we give them the opportunity to voice their concern, as we cannot plan for them or work for them and do not take their interests at heart. They must be part of the conversation. We recognize that our approaches must be tailored to suit the women we are working directly with, as a one size cannot fit all. Women issues, yes, are global. However, we focus on the needs of the women we are working directly with, so whatever business option they choose will advance their interests and their skills, will advance their interests and their skills so that they can be successful in their business undertaking. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Thomas. Les propongo tomar.
I propose that we will take the next 3 delegations and then move on to the next round of presentations. United States, please go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates and colleagues. The United States remains deeply committed to the core mission of this commission, advancing economic and political empowerment of women across the Americas. When women thrive, families flourish, and our nations prosper. To achieve true empowerment, we must focus on concrete, measurable actions. The United States believes in policies that allow every woman to reach her highest potential based on her merits and hard work. We should be setting up women for success in all areas of life, both at home and in their careers. True agency means having the freedom to participate in the economy without compromising one's values or family life. At the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, we know that economic rights cannot be realized without strong social support systems. Through our human services initiatives, which focus on expanding access to affordable childcare, strengthening community resources, and supporting maternal well-being, we are actively building the infrastructure that gives women real opportunities and leverage in the workforce and at home. To guarantee real negotiating power for women across the Americas, we must design labor and economic frameworks that actively accommodate, support, and elevate the irreplaceable role of mothers. For years now, society's pushed the idea that a woman's value is found exclusively in her economic output. The truth is that mothers play one of the strongest roles in shaping our nation's economic and societal prosperity by raising the next generation. We want women to be equipped with the tools to successfully achieve all of their dreams, whether that means being a powerful career woman, a mom, or both. Let's use this assembly to unite around what puts women first. By respecting national sovereignty, defending the family, and focusing on concrete economic freedom, we can unleash the vast potential of women across the Americas.
Thank you. Paso la palabra.
I now give the floor to the ambassador. And I will first get St. Kitts and Nevis, and then that's as we're waiting El Salvador. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Please, I apologize. You have the floor. Thank you very much. El Salvador recognizes the importance of continuing to push initiatives that contribute to the strengthening of women's economic autonomy through activities tied to activities, education, and capacity building. El Salvador has been reinforcing conditions for women's economic empowerment to broaden their life options and improve the well-being of their households. Under the presidency of Bukele, the national plan pushes for a productive transformation in terms of food, technology, and logistics, job creation, and entrepreneurship by women so that it can grow sustainably. The state of El Salvador has been pushing a transformation of its public policies, incorporating women and girls' rights as a cross-cutting matter in all policies. For these policies to be effective, they have to be based on rigorous understanding of the realities. So the sixth census in 2024 showed and updated the database with which the state of El Salvador gears its decision making. And I'm pleased to state that in El Salvador, women account for 52% of the total population, and there are now public policies that incorporate their needs and rights in all areas of development. Approximately 45% of households in El Salvador are headed by women. So we are implementing policies of co-responsibility and care and asset sharing, especially when heads of household are the ones who organize daily life. In this framework, one of our institutes has been systematically incorporating equality and non-discrimination in public agencies and the adoption and implementation of measures needed for prevention, attention, and protection to guarantee women's right to a life free from violence, social participation, political and technological participation in both the public and private spheres. These and other actions are the result of the impact of public policies on women's lives. When you guarantee women's rights, we transform their lives, families progress, and the state progresses. El Salvador will continue to constructively participate in the SIM and promote the sharing of best practices at a regional level with respect for national sovereignty, institutional competencies, and the sovereignty of each and every state. Thank you very much. Thank you. I now give the floor to the ambassador from St. Kitts and Nevis.
Honorable Ministers, Assistant Secretary General Hill, dear presenters, distinguished colleagues, St. Kitts and Nevis recognizes that inclusive and sustainable development requires the full participation of women and girls in entrepreneurship, innovation, science, and technology. As small states navigate rapid digital transformation, empowering women and girls through education and technological access is not simply a social priority, it is an economic and democratic imperative. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis continues to advance initiatives that expand opportunities for girls and young women in digital learning, entrepreneurship, and participation in emerging sectors of the economy. Increasingly, we are witnessing encouraging strides by women and girls in fields traditionally dominated by men, including robotics, coding, engineering, digital innovation, and technology-based entrepreneurship. Young women in particular are demonstrating growing leadership in STEM-related disciplines, participating participating in coding initiatives, robotics training, digital competitions, and innovation programs that prepare them not only to participate in the digital economy, but indeed to shape it. These developments reflect a broader national commitment to ensuring that women and girls are not left behind in the technologies and industries that define the future. Particular emphasis has also been placed on expanding access to technology at the educational level, recognizing that digital inclusion begins in the classroom. In this regard, we acknowledge the valued partnership and support of Taiwan through the National Tablet Initiative, which has provided students throughout the Federation of St. Kitts and Nevis with access to digital devices and learning opportunities. This initiative has helped bridge the digital divide, strengthen continuity in education, and equip young people, especially girls, with the tools and confidence necessary to thrive in an increasingly technologically driven world. Additionally, through social development programs, community support initiatives, gender-focused services, and policies designed to promote equity and well-being, efforts continue to be made to support women facing social and economic vulnerabilities, strengthen family stability, and expand opportunities for empowerment and participation across all sectors of society. These services are essential to ensuring that progress in education and economic opportunity is marked by social protection, dignity, and inclusion, recognizing that when women and girls are empowered through education, innovation, and entrepreneurship, societies become more resilient, economies more dynamic, and democracies more inclusive. Our commitment, therefore, remains clear: to continue creating pathways that enable women and girls not only to access technology, but to lead, innovate, create enterprise, and excel in every sphere of national development. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Henry Maston.
Okay, now I propose that we hear from civil society in our second round of topics. I will read out the topics to be covered. Our civil society representatives will each present on one of the topics. I'm sure you've already divided up. It will be political participation, women's leadership in consultation processes and decision-making, and follow-up monitoring and implementation. Okay, who's first? Women, in all their diversity and plurality, have been facing exclusion, marginalization, racism, discrimination, and these have been structural factors that have not enabled full participation in the development of public policies that address the needs and realities of all women in their diversity. In the different countries of the Americas and Caribbean, women have not been able to make decisions about themselves, even though we are the ones who suffer the greatest impact of structural discrimination, racism, discrimination, migration, marginalization, and a lack of access to basic services. This has made poverty, inequality, and the lack of economic rights worse for all women. When women's participation is limited, equality is not guaranteed, and therefore democracy is denied. At all levels of discussion, at all levels of the government, they need to be there, because if not, they stop prioritizing public policies for women and the guarantee of their individual and collective rights. Also, there's a lack of true budgets used to close the gaps of inequality and guarantee women's development in areas that are key, for example, health, education, economy, and other fundamental rights. The little representation of women in the development, implementation, and monitoring of public policies is a grave situation because it casts aside the realities for women in all their diversity and intersectionality, does not guarantee effective, timely responses in terms of the great diversity of women in the region. Women's inclusion is not just a matter of justice and human rights. Rather, it is a sine qua non for sustainable development and more peaceful and prosperous societies. For this reason, we are calling upon all states to listen to women, but above all, to take the necessary and urgent actions to guarantee individual and collective rights, because only in that way will we be able to achieve social transformation and achieve equality. To wrap up, I call upon the states to guarantee full participation, representative participation of all women and all of their diversity and intersectionality to ensure equality. Thank you. Violence, the closing of spaces, and lack of financing. Why is this so urgent? Today, we don't want to only discuss policies, but true risks that are weakening democracy in Latin America and the Caribbean. Violence against women, the closing of spaces, and financing for organizations is jeopardizing the agenda of economic rights and political participation for millions of women. This is not a perception. The numbers confirm it. Violence against women, particularly women who are activists and who defend human rights. Latin America continues to be the most dangerous region in the world for human rights defenders. 70% of murders of women defenders occur in our region. Rural, indigenous, and Afro-descendant women are among those most exposed to this violence, particularly in conflicts over natural resources, water, and territory. And the community is raising its voice, and when a defender is attacked, democracy suffers. The closing of spaces for discussion over the past 5 years, many countries in the region have reduced or eliminated mechanisms for dialogue. Women's organizations are reporting that their views are not taken into account. They're just for informational purposes. Without real spaces, the governments are not going to have impact. The funding of organizations and international cooperation since 2020, international cooperation for gender equality in the region has fallen by 16%. 60% of women's organizations are operating without stable funding. 40% rely on volunteers. This limits our ability to have an impact and our sustainability. Without funding, organizations cannot monitor or demand or implement processes. Without a strong civil society, there is no strong democracy. And that is why we are calling on member states to have zero tolerance against violence against women human rights defenders. We want regional protection measures that focus on territories and ethnicities. You have to strengthen investigations and ensure punishment in all cases, and it has to be speedy. You have to reopen and strengthen spaces for discussion and make sure that women are in decision-making positions. We have to guarantee women's participation in all spaces, on all platforms. There has to be sustained funding for women's organizations, have a regional instance for this, and guarantee pluriannual funding, not just based on specific projects. Without this, there will be no equality or democracy in the region. I'm not sounding the alarm now. This is already happening, and I'm calling upon you to act now. Thank you very much. We will move on to our third panelist. In a context in which ministries and women's institutions are facing threats, are being dismantled, and those who are here present know what is at play. This is where we have to monitor policies on gender equality, and they play a role that no other mechanism is able to do. Likewise, these are the platforms where policies and other agencies don't have any impact. In social transformation and gender equality, as well as continuity and the guarantee of rights for women. Women who are victims of violence must be protected. Women who face different levels of vulnerability. Those who need support the most. And it is from those platforms that we promote and must continue to strengthen ties with civil society in building shared agendas and, as we were saying, in women's collectives that transfer into these spaces, particularly women with disabilities, nothing for us without us. And this is what I wanted to share from the perspective of civil society. Thank you very much. And now we turn to our last panelist.
Now, we might be lulled into a false sense of security, knowing that states have already adopted binding and political commitments through CEDAW, the Inter-American Commission of Women, Convention of Belém do Pará, the Beijing Platform for Action, and Inter-American Declarations and Agreements. However, the challenge today is not the absence of commitments, but the gap between commitments and implementation. To directly quote a UN press release, 25 years later, no country has fully delivered on the commitments of the Beijing Platform for Action, nor is close to it. A major UN women's stock-taking report showed that progress towards gender equality is faltering, and even that hard-won advances are even being reversed. What hits close to home for me, personally, are the resolutions surrounding unremunerated work. Now, yesterday, during the sessions, I had to slip out a number of times to express breast milk and rejoin as an active and contributing participant, as I am a new mother trying my best to follow the UN recommendation of exclusive breastfeeding, if you can, as a crucial healthy start for life for babies. Now, this is something that you might not even have known if I didn't share it with you, that I'm doing this invisible task, as well as participating in all of these activities. Now, the UN recommendation is for exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of life, as I said, for my son, who will grow up to contribute to be an active participant in the economy of this planet. My current participation and future economic participation of my son hinges on these invisible 3 hours extra that I spent breastfeeding yesterday. Imagine if you had to add an unpaid 3 hours of work to your working day right now. yesterday, today, for the rest of the week, every single day. Imagine if you even had to wake up throughout the night last night. Just think about it. We, the 267 participants, representing 258 civil society organizations, 29 universities, 21 private sector entities, ask that member states establish robust monitoring and accountability systems with measurable responsibilities and transparent reporting mechanisms. We need you to consider oversight bodies and sanctions or corrective measures in cases of non-compliance. We need to make sure that we don't just admire the problem, but that we move forward with action. Thank you.
Thank you. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. We will now give the floor to states and the Executive Secretariat came to tell us that we are running very far behind. We're beating the records here. We have till 12:40, that's it. If there are any states that wish to share some observations here, I'm pleased to offer the floor.
Purcell, please.
Thank you very much. I think all of the members of the head table and the presenters have touched on important issues, and it demands nationally political will, financial resources be allotted to every one of the areas that you have spoken about, and the legislative and policy frameworks that promote equality and also allows women to be represented at all levels of governance, be it at the parliamentary level or in government or regional decision-making forums. We have managed to do a lot of that in Guyana. We've seen the number of our parliamentarians and that women increase to 39%. 1/3 of our electoral lists must be made up of women. And we have women that occupy key portfolios in government, including home affairs, parliamentary affairs, and governance, to name 2 key areas. We also have a female chancellor. Not so long ago, we had female chief justice and chancellor. So it is making sure that women have a space. But I want to share on addressing violence. The construct of violence is changing. We've now heard a new term, digital violence, that is affecting women in a digital space, in addition to the expanse of violence that we've been dealing with for decades, if not centuries. And we have to look at how we can go beyond our borders to have the involvement of women and men at all levels to have that kind of conversation where tech companies can address the issue of digital violence, because it is something that every one of us grapples with, especially if we are in public life and if we are in the activist world as well. I also want to share Guyana's comprehensive roadmap that would have revolutionized how we address violence with the signing on to the Spotlight Initiative in 2030. And we've created a model that speaks to reporting using a 914 hotline that is 24-hour toll-free. We have harnessed digital technology to have an iMatter app that's placed in the hands of everyone with a phone, and we have more persons having access to phones. And this also has a live WhatsApp feature where they can access all of our services for free, including legal and counseling services. We are going to expand that to have an integration with the police response as well. We also work to develop hope and justice centers, a few of them in our different regions, where we provide all the services under a single roof. The police reporting, medical care, shelter, psychosocial support, legal support, and restorative justice, which is a relatively new component. We also have worked on the movement of our legislation. The Family Violence Act of 2024 expands the definition of violence and blends both civil and criminal measures to have the ability to deal with it holistically. All our legislations are gender neutral. When I go back home, I'm taking the sexual offenses amendment to the Parliament on Friday. And we also have introduced in both public and private sector a gender empowerment and equality seal that protects against sexual exploitation and harassment in workspaces. And we are looking at our harassment bills. These are tangible steps. And I heard my sister when she said, just not talk, implement. And we are implementing in Guyana, and we are walking the
Thank you, Minister. Brazil, please.
Deu? Então, ouvindo as falas de vocês.
As I've listened to the speakers and considered the different positions taken by countries, my question is, and this is what I've been thinking for a while, if it is true that we are building such consensus and have such a vision of these things, why, I wonder, is it so difficult to come down to a declaration that seeks only to reaffirm these principles of facing violence with the best possible face and freedom from the sexual and reproductive standpoint? I think we won't really get through this if we don't keep committing ourselves to be coherent to these principles, to those guidelines, whatever we think really, really, really at the end of the day matters to women's lives on an everyday basis. Because it should be that no country can fail to recognize those realities and must be determined to keep at it and to ensure that what we put into the Mezekfi Declaration is true. We did that last December. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. With that statement, I think we can consider that our dialogue this morning is at an end. I hope you have felt this to be a constructive and a positive moment. And thank you, Chair, for allowing us to do this. I hope you heard. I heard three important things. Let me share. Number one, there are a lot of really, really good programs, which is fair and well. But it's important that those programs be kept as state policies, not just something that is done for a little while, but that is really built into the long run. Also, we see that there are structural issues, but unfortunately, civil society is asking for support and follow-up because it doesn't always happen. And the third point that I noted is, let nothing be done without me. Nada sin mí. Nada sin mí. Not anything without me. I want to be involved. So thank you so much for this Inter-American effort to carry the day. I think it is precisely through exchanges of this nature that we can indeed move forward, perhaps the only way we can move forward to ensure that our region is ever more integrated and ever stronger. So thank you very, very much, Secretary. It's time for the next panel. We are running so late. We are very, very sorry. Thank you, Ambassador Hill. And thank you to the spokespersons for civil society and the delegates that have been so kind as to share their thoughts on this issue. I have no doubt that we will all feel greatly enriched by a better and deeper understanding of the items that we are hailing here. We also have a clear way forward for the future. And so let us now continue with the session of exchange on the basic theme of this assembly, there are going to be 3 panels set up: labor, digital, and Angela Franco, the moderator, will be here as chair and executive director of the Chamber of Commerce of Montgomery County in the state of Maryland. Ms. Franco, you are hereby recognized. You have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so very much for this invitation. I'm honored to be here with you and very proud, if I may say so. It is frankly an honor to be with you, and above that, quite inspiring to learn so much about the projects and the presentations. I am Angela Franco. I am president of the chair of Montgomery County Chamber of Commerce. I've lived here now for many years in the United States, and that makes my presence with you even more precious. Thank you to the Secretary Mora Mora for being so kind as to invite me to make very sure that we Latinas in the Americas are also invited and not lost in the shuffle, as it were. I hear constantly with so many women entrepreneurs that I work with, we hear the same old song. We want to know how to help better, and we want to be able to do it better. So that is the leitmotif. Again, it's an honor to be here. And without further ado, let me welcome our first speaker. We've just met Ana Maria Trevi. We're talking about a senior economist in the program Women and Enterprise in the World Bank, who recently worked as the specialist on public policy and also led the gender issue at the UN for the development in Latin America and Caribbean, and of course brings also with us the assistance that she rendered to the President of Colombia. She's a co-founder of Digna, which means worthy, proud, which talks about gender equality in Colombia. She has a degree in economics from Brown University. She has written any number of different articles that have been hailed internationally, and she's also a book editor herself. You have the floor, Ana Maria.
Ahora sí.
Are you on? Yes. Thank you, Angela. And thanks so much to Sim for giving me the opportunity to address you. Let me begin by saying that there's not a single economy in the world that has the same degree as economic freedom as men. There's not one on the map. In 19 countries, women still have to obey their husbands. In 37 countries, a woman cannot choose where to live with the same freedom as a man. And most women only have 2/3 of the rights that men have generally. In Women, Business, and the Law, which is a project of the World Bank, which I deal with, we have been spending a great deal of time identifying what type of legal obstacles stand in the road of women. You can go to our website and check out how things look in your country, what's missing, and how far have you come. What we would like to offer you with data is this question: do women still have the freedom rights, the same freedoms as their husbands? Can they sign a contract? Can they open a business without their husband's permission? Latin America and the Caribbean is doing quite well where the law has evolved. In 72 over 100, we're 5 points above the world average. We have 72% of the laws that we need in order to reach equal opportunity. We're not there yet, but we're getting there. In some country, I hate to tell you, the number is 0. And in Latin America and the Caribbean, nothing is below 52. Peru and others have 82% of the necessary laws. The region has done the work and written the laws. Now, it ain't over yet. There's a lot that needs to be done, and some matters that are frankly insufferable, that don't allow women to be considered the heads of a family like a man can be, and have a great deal of difficulties if they're divorced and they want to marry again. Not all have the same freedom to work in all sectors. And in 22, there are no same salaries for the same work. 15 of the countries don't have any support for men. Let's be fair. If we want to be sure that there's a balance of activities and rights in the household. But we can change. We can get better. We're doing okay in the legal context, but guess where the difficulty gets worse? It's in implementation. You may have all of the necessary mechanisms to ensure that what's on the books is what's being practiced. Legal assistance, different data for proper monitoring, what we call the support system. But here, we only have 46% of what we need. That's quite a far piece from 100, because that's how far we are from making sure that the law on the books is what it needs to be. Now, if we ask, is the law there, and is it abided by? Is it honored? You'll be surprised to hear only 80% believe that that's the case. So we've got a huge gap between the law we have on the books and all of the systems of implementation that we are so proud of and think are enough. For instance, this country was a pioneer in the area of femicide. Well, that sounds very nice, but only half of the countries in this hemisphere have enough legal clout to defend women who were being battered by their husbands. Same goes for children. So let me tell you, only 3 of the 33 that we measured, Panama, Ecuador, and Brazil, have quotas for people on a board of business. And that's about women, and this is still about 15 or 6% for the high-level seats on a board of business. But in our region, the group of women has the talent, but a lot of it is not used. So I am calling out so that we can take another hard look at the data, look at the proof, look at the evidence. What does it tell us? How can we change for the better? My Colombian colleague, Piedad Guzman, who was a leader in the rural area, said it better than I. We've got the legal framework, believe for us, but we're not using it. Where does that get us? We need that for women to receive the support that they so richly deserve. Thank you very much indeed, Ana Maria. That is really important information. Thank you for sharing it. I was invited a year ago. I'm delighted to be here again today. Thank you. Keep inviting me. It's nice to be with you. But let me now turn to Alejandra Mora Mora, the Executive Secretary of the Inter-American Commission on Women, CIM as it is called, and she's going to speak to us about women in business. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Angela, it's a pleasure to be with you. It's an honor, Ana Maria, to share the information here. As Minister Marsher said it, well, if everything is great, what's going on? How come it isn't better? And so what I am going to try to do is to speak a little bit to what it has been like to build a legal framework. But I need to look at Beatriz and thank you for your tremendous support in building this. also Ana Carolina, who is a Chilean consultant who was also key, and I want to thank her as well. So if somebody will pull up the presentation, I would be deeply grateful. Let me begin by saying that this is a mandate that you, ministers, have said to SIM needs to be done. You said you need to strengthen the legal frameworks in this area. Women in business, that's what we're talking about. And all of the data that we have heard today, including Karen Brown, I'm not going to repeat what was said here, already brilliantly exposed, and simply limit myself then to say the following. As our colleague Ana Maria said, yeah, look, we do have some instruments, but guess what? There are not many. They don't cover all of the needs, but also, let's say, the Gordian knot has not been focusing on implementation as much as it should. All of that said, let me focus on what the legal framework does say. SIM, thus far, has been involved in normative processes. If you can turn to slide 4, I would appreciate that, says the speaker, to whoever is dealing with the slides. Can you go to number 4? Is this 4? She asks. Well, I guess it is. What I wanted to tell you is that this mechanism that talks about a strategic normative tool, look, we have a great many laws, drafting legal laws, and we have one on government policies and on legal frameworks and a number of other points, all of which are important. But it's the normative frameworks are key, because public law doesn't last forever. A public law lasts for a certain time, and that's why it's so important to root what we're doing in the legal framework, not the actual law, but the legal framework in which it is grounded. We need to look at what other countries are doing too, as we look to model law, what we can do to learn the most. But we're told that, for instance, the model law on care has been used 9, 10, or 12 times when the states themselves have decided they needed a law, and they turned to this as inspiration. So it isn't just theory. My point is this is being put in practice, and at the end of the day, the state, of course, is the one that has to stand up and face the music, where it means women. The law itself begins with a definition of, we're talking about international principles and standards. I would choose the top one here, Article 4, equality and non-discrimination in the area of economics. Very often when you get down to it, the data tells us it sounds good, but in the practice, we're not there yet. And so when we look at the legal instrument that is available to us, the legal framework, let us put it that way, after an enunciation of the principles, we have to look at the measures that make action possible. What action has to be taken, and what standards or what elements must that action meet? If we don't have the data, we don't have much, and you very certainly don't have a stable and persistent and a useful legal instrumentation. The other question is, how do we morph this into public policy? And that is why we've spent a great deal of time to show that what we are doing makes sense. How do we know it? Because society sees it as a mirror and as an example of what is being done, and more of it needs to be done, and what is not yet done. Then we also want to look at the gender division here, because guess what? If we keep generating statistics without knowing where the dynamic or the division between male and female participation can be noted, we won't know what the gender equality is. We simply won't know. Why? Because it's not being measured, that's why. Therefore, When we see that there are measures of equal opportunity in the labor market, that's a good thing. That's hugely important for entrepreneurship. And that's why we're focusing on it here. And you see this balance, this scale that we can see. But that's not all. We also look to what the Ministry of Economics are doing. It isn't just a matter of being in the market. In the ministries of labor, we need to be sure that we're covering the whole of entrepreneurship and to be sure that every Ministry of Economics gathers these elements. Moving right along, we have special measures, and I want to tell you that this is based on CEDAW's own plan. We want to work to avoid the present imbalances in order to move forward with better fairness for everybody. These are the 4 areas that our special measures focus on. You have the promotion of STEM issues and digital citizenry, the question as to the companies and entrepreneurship, where STEM is involved, the challenge that regards little girls and women is to bring in math. You don't want to cringe when you have to deal with math. You want to be comfortable doing it and do well in it so that you feel good when it's a question of you leading a company and understanding technology. Technology with a gender perspective, and so many of these points I'm making here, I'm telling you, is where little girls are left behind. And this is going to be super critical. We've got to get entrepreneurship down to the little girls. It starts there. And you can look at the QR that you can that we have available so you can learn more about it. Moving along. With regard to labor inclusion, there are a number of measures. There are 14 in total. I don't want to dwell too much on any one or another, but very, very quickly, the first one speaks to how to inject logic and equality into any training that the state offers. If you don't have the perspective of the differentiated abilities of men and women, it's going to be very difficult to come up with appropriate public policy. The next point is to make sure that we strengthen how we empower women to be hired. Next, we need to be sure that alliances and the ability to fit into the labor market is going to be possible. If you don't receive the information that you need to fit in, you're not going to fit in. The other point I'm on for has to do with vocational training for women. You have soft knowledge and you have more technical demands. Fifth, we have the promotion of effective access to having a chance to make it in the labor market. Because very often, you and I know, the opportunity for work is directed more to males and not so much to female. Now, number 6 is everything that deals with a decent job. It's everything that ILO considers necessary, the International Labor Organization, as it is set forth from Geneva. How do you value work? How do you have access to pensions when the time comes? You don't want to be caught short at the end of the day. What is decent or proper work? Then we have the question of simplifying access to subsidies. This goes from signing up and hoping to get the job, as well as everything that comes after that, because we states are behind the day, behind the 8 bar. We need to be assured that you have young women that seem that they have a better ability to get a job. Those of us who are over 50, and there are more and more of us, by the way. And what about women with disabilities? These are the three areas that we are concentrating on. But we speak also of fiscal, tax abilities. That too needs to be considered from a political standpoint, from a public policy standpoint. The interpreter corrects herself. You've got subsidies, you've got credits to be able to train in areas that are traditionally male. Well, women can have a chance at it too, and should do. How can we recognize the best practices? And how can we then make sure that all of the work that companies are carrying out in this area will really yield the results we hope are down the line? Financing for labor training so that women have a better chance to be chosen. The need to focus on companies that are already in the hands of women, where the head honcho is a woman. And how can we do this in terms of best practices among those companies? This is something that female ministers of labor have been working on. Next. We have how best we can promote entrepreneurship, especially where it comes to companies that nurture the first steps on this, which are called incubators, as if they were for babies. And how can we also then think of foreign trade, which is something that many women felt needed to be remembered and given pride of place? How can we ensure a better entry into these different entrepreneurships? I'm closing by pointing out what the obligations of the companies themselves should be. Here, of course, we are referring to labor regulation. What constitutes decent work? Well, parity is one, and our model law underscores this, certainly. But we also speak here of what the committees have to promote and how companies that are headed by women are actually flourishing. This has to do with remembering women's rights in each one of these different elements. There are obligations. There are obligations on the part of the ministries, who need to be on the lookout to make sure that everything is taking place as it should do. Where are the basic barriers? What is holding women back? Where can labor laws and those entrusted with making sure that they are implementing can indeed be honored better? Everything to do with STEM. And last but not least, to share best practices. I hope I spoke twice as fast as I needed to so that I cover all of this. And I hope I was able to be understood at that speed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Secretary Morimura. And we would now like to recognize the observer mission of France to the OAS. We truly appreciate your support. Now we will proceed to an exchange among delegates. No problem here. She is going to speak to you at the end of our conversation. But we will now start with an exchange amongst the delegates. I will open it with the list of those who signed up, and then we will proceed to anyone who wishes to make additional comments. You will be able to do that. First, we have Barbara Cartwright from the Bahamas.
She here? No? Oh, yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Bahamas has made significant progress in advancing women's labor inclusion and entrepreneurship through a combination of legislative protections, public policy initiatives, institutional support, and strategic partnerships with regional and international organizations. Our national efforts are focused on improving women's access to quality employment, entrepreneurship opportunities, financing leadership, and business training. As part of its labor inclusive framework, the Bahamas has implemented legislative and policy measures that support women's participation in the workforce and promote equal opportunity in employment. We have also increasingly recognized the importance of work-life balance policies, skills development, digital inclusion, financial literacy, and entrepreneurship training as critical tools for women's economic empowerment. Highlighting entrepreneurship and women-owned businesses, one of the most impactful areas of progress has been the strengthening of women's entrepreneurship through the Small Business Development Center, SBDC Bahamas. The SBDC has implemented targeted initiatives designed specifically to assist women entrepreneurs by providing grant funding, mentorship, entrepreneurial training, digital skills development, among others. The measurable outcomes include $30 million has reportedly been awarded to women entrepreneurs through the SBDC program since its launch. More than 1,200 women-owned businesses have reportedly accessed funding support. Madam Chair, regarding international and regional cooperation, the Bahamas has strengthened women's entrepreneurship initiatives through collaboration with the UN Women, the UN Program, the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization, and the Joint SDG Fund. The country has also benefited from mentorship and regional networking initiatives such as the Academy of Women Entrepreneurs and Beyond Borders, Women Without Limits. Key lessons learned from our experience include access to financing must be paired with mentorship, technical support, and digital skills training. Small island developing states require resilience-focused entrepreneurship policies that account for climate and economic vulnerabilities. Digital inclusion and access to technology are increasingly essential for women-owned businesses to compete regionally and globally. Collaboration among government, international organizations, civil society, and the private sector is critical for sustainable progress. The areas for continued growth. While progress has been made, the Bahamas recognizes ongoing challenges in expanding women's participation in STEM and technology sectors, increasing access to venture capital and export markets, strengthening gender.
Ms. Cartwright, if you can start closing.
Yes.
The 3 minutes are up. Thank you. We're closing fast.
All right.
Thank you.
And improving digital and financial inclusion, particularly for women in rural and family island communities. Madam Chair, the Bahamas therefore continues to support regional and international cooperation aimed at strengthening women's economic empowerment, entrepreneurship, and labor inclusion across Americas. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to put the timer on the screen. And it is my job to ask you after 3 minutes to close. So thank you for your cooperation. Next one is Minister of Women, Marcia Lopez from Brazil.
Excelentíssimas autoridades, representantes.
And authorities, representatives of the SIM, ministers, delegates, colleagues, thank you to the SIM for promoting this debate on labor inclusion and women's entrepreneurship, which is very important for the economic future of the Americas. Brazil, as part of understanding there is no economic autonomy to women if we do not address structures that promote inequalities. And one of the main structures that limits women's economic participation is the unequal organization of care, which we've heard repeatedly here today. We have to talk about time, work, and power. Women who are overly burdened with domestic chores and unpaid care work have fewer opportunities to study or access to decent jobs. We have made progress in our national policies. We recognize care as a right and a shared responsibility between the state, families, communities, and society. We've also invested in territorial initiatives, for example, what we call cuidotecas, and some community kitchens, other collective spaces to support caregivers that have particularly focused on women in particular situations of vulnerability. At the same time, we have to address persistent inequality in the labor world. Brazil has pursued initiatives like promoting a law on equal wages. Women continue to earn less for doing the same work. This is about economic justice and democracy in Brazil. We had a major achievement because one of our federal courts upheld this law promoted by President Lula. We have to ensure good salaries for women who have historically been discriminated against, Afro-descendants, indigenous women, and women who've been historically discriminated against. And women's entrepreneurship cannot be a romanticizing of precarious situations. Many women are entrepreneurs because they lack access to credit, social protection, or even capacity building for entrepreneurship. We have to look at this as a strategy and not just about survival. Entrepreneurship is part of every country's economy. So we have initiatives like the Program for the Future, which I've already mentioned today, and some for inclusion and the strengthening of rights. These are key. Brazil continues to invest in institutional transformation through a program on gender equality as we continue to try to tackle structural barriers. And thank you very much.
Finish your sentence, please. You can turn off.
Can you please turn on the microphone? We understand that economic autonomy is a policy for addressing violence. No women should have to remain in violent situations and be left without having the material means to leave. So it's very important to have different programs. And challenges in the Americas are shared, and we have to strengthen regional cooperation and share specific policies and make sure that we can help women live in decent lives with autonomy and liberty. And now we have the Minister for Women and Gender Equity, Judith Marin from Chile. Thank you very much, Madam President, delegates, and authorities. Chile is honored to be able to take part in this dialogue about women's entrepreneurship and labor inclusion, which is important as we try to move toward societies with greater opportunities and sustainability. Women continue to face major challenges. There are gaps in access to formal jobs. There are such high levels of informal economies and limited opportunities for so many women. In Chile, this reality is urgent. In the current unemployment rate is at historic levels for women. It's the highest in the past 15 years. That's more than 400,000 women without employment and who have not had formal employment. That reached 26% and up to 28% if we exclusively speak about women. These figures reflect a reality that we cannot accept. Thousands of women are in precarious jobs, and this leads to greater difficulties for them for professional development. And these figures show us that ideological discussions have not been able to translate into real opportunities to close these gaps. And therefore, we have to move forward urgently with effective public policies that can promote women's economic autonomy as well as their participation in the labor market. And where they don't have to make decisions between family life and work, we have to coordinate policies in urban sectors and in rural areas. This strategy requires specific programs. For example, there's one, Women Heads of Household, which is present in more than 200 communities, and more than 60,000 women since 2007 have been supported. They've been given tools to improve their economic autonomy. We have another program that's called 4-7, which is present in more than 190 communities, which provides tools to reduce caretaking related barriers to ensure that there are activities for children after the school day. And this allows many women to continue to work, get training, and do so with greater peace, knowing that somebody is taking care of their children from 4 p.m. to 7 p.m.
Una convicción clara. Sin políticas concretas de apoyo y cuidado, la igualdad de oportunidades para las mujeres seguirá siendo incompleta. Asimismo, estamos trabajando en impulsar y destrabar el proyecto de ley de Sala Cuna, donde tenemos una meta de presentar indicaciones antes del 15 de junio. Pero continúa nuestra labor y en ese sentido estamos convencidos de que la inclusión laboral femenina no solo constituye un imperativo ético, sino también un motor de desarrollo económico y cohesión social. Ningún país puede enfrentar estos desafíos de manera aislada. Por ello, valorar.
And that's why we value this space of multilateral dialogue, and will continue to support the sharing of best practices in the framework of the Inter-American Commission of Women. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I wanted to clarify that I am following the list of countries that signed up, and then I will turn to the countries that have requested the floor. Thank you. Next up, we have the president of the Salvadoran Institute for the Development of Women, Yancy Salmeron. Thank you very much. El Salvador recognizes that the promotion of women's entrepreneurship and labor inclusion are key pillars for sustainable development. And we, therefore, have been pushing comprehensive programs and policies. One has been the success of women, access for women to funding and financial resources. And the state has promoted innovative programs to reduce historical barriers that women and entrepreneurs faced. And guarantees for entrepreneurship have helped to reduce some banking constraints and lack of access, particularly for SMEs. And another program has strengthened women's positioning in facilitating more than 1,100 spaces for more than 4,000 women entrepreneurs to improve their income. El Salvador has deepened its efforts in terms of human mobility, recognizing that migration and return require responses to offer decent and sustainable economic opportunities. And our policy has managed more than 18,000 cases for Salvadorans both in the country and abroad. We have a program that is guaranteed towards women, heads of household, their economic autonomy. We provide financial education, labor inclusion, and access to non-reimbursable seed capital. This is one of the most dynamic engines of inclusion, where 75% of companies that have signed up are led by women. We have family-friendly El Salvador that is being spearheaded by the First Lady. And among the main results and lessons learned, El Salvador has seen that women's economic inclusion requires comprehensive and coordinated efforts. And we have the best results when we combine financing, social protection, training, housing, and institutional support. However, there are challenges that persist. We require international cooperation above all in digitalization and the creation of economic opportunities for women. The SIM and other development agencies can play a strategic role by strengthening institutional capabilities, providing resources, providing regional platforms that will allow the sharing of successful cases to improve the lives of women in the Americas. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Glorianne Thomas, the minister from Grenada.
Executive Secretary, fellow ministers, delegates, development partners, and the participants. The government of Grenada extends warm greetings and expresses its appreciation for the opportunity to participate in this very important dialogue on women's labor inclusion and entrepreneurship. Grenada commends the Inter-American Commission of Women for advancing the regional agenda on women's economic rights and the development of the Inter-American Model Law on labor inclusion and entrepreneurship. We affirm that women's labor inclusion and entrepreneurship are essential to sustainable development, poverty reduction, resilience building, and social inclusion across the region. In this regard, Grenada continues to strengthen its legislative and policy frameworks through the Employment Act, which prohibits discrimination based on sex, marital status, family responsibility, and disability, while supporting equal pay for work of equal value. The Gender Equality Policy and Action Plan, Grenada Responsive Budgeting Initiative, and ongoing labor and social protection reforms align with CEDA, the SDGs, and the National Sustainable Development Plan. Notwithstanding this progress, we acknowledge that women continue to face structural barriers, including low labor force participation, disproportionate unpaid care responsibilities, limited access to financing and productive resources, digital and financial exclusion, challenges scaling women-led businesses. These vulnerabilities are often intensified by climate shocks, economic instability, and informal employment patterns affecting women across the Caribbean. Distinguished delegates, Grenada has taken deliberate and systemic steps, strategic steps to access opportunities that promote labor inclusion and entrepreneurship for our women through the Caribbean Women Entrepreneurs Generating Resilience and Inclusive Trade, GRIT initiative. This initiative aims to strengthen women-led enterprises through training, grants, digital transformation, green business support, technical assistance, and market access opportunities. In addition, particular attention will be given to the inclusion of rural women, youth-led enterprises, and women with disability to ensure equitable economic participation. Additionally, the development of Women's Decent Work Country Program 2026 to 2031, with support from the ILO and social partners, will serve as a tool for advancing inclusive labor and market participation, gender equality and decent work, skill development and school-to-work transitions, sustainable
Thank you. Thank you very much. We're gonna continue. We're gonna continue with Dr. Pindatia Persuad, MP, Minister of Human Services and Social Security from Guyana. It's 3 minutes and the clock is showing 5.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I think we need to all ensure that women who are unemployed in vulnerable situations like violence and have difficulties accessing employment and opportunities for education be considered when we look at labor and entrepreneurship. And it requires strategic direction and direct investment into these populations of women. And I want to share on a flagship program of Guyana, the Women's Innovation Investment Network, which currently is training 25,000 women in all the regions of Guyana. This training is free. It's hybrid, both in person and online. And with this training, women are able to also benefit from business training, business literacy training, and they have access to a female business incubator geared entirely for them. They also can access finance from the Small Business Bureau. Guyana is going to start the Guyana Development Bank within a month, where they can interest and collateral-free loans to the tune of $3 million and preferred rates up to $7 million, making them more able to continue in the world of entrepreneurship or start in the world of entrepreneurship. We have provided them with a tool that is also free, where they can advertise, market their products, and sell their products using mobile money processes and fintech models. And we are also working with them through Guyana's largest exposition of women-owned businesses, where we were able to have almost 500 women who own their own businesses. And these are women who never had the opportunity to do any of this before. We have placed them in the position to be able to do this. We're seeing cautious progress in labor as well, as labor force participation of women would have crept up to 45% almost. And we have been training through labor women in unconventional, non-traditional programs, and also through the WIN program in heavy-duty equipment management and use, also boat building, fiber optic technology, photovoltaic technology, and a number of other TVET programs. So I wanted to say that there are best practices in many countries, and it would be useful to have a compilation of all of these best practices that can inform the model that we are trying to create based on the success of these programs in every country. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I'm going to turn the floor to Sharon Coburn Robinson, Principal Director, Gender Affairs, Bureau of Gender Affairs, Ministry of Culture, Gender, Entertainment, and Sports for Jamaica.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the interest of time, I plan to do my presentation very quickly. So I'll start with broad strokes, lessons learned from the National Gender Machinery, that's the Bureau of Gender Affairs Jamaica. I will list 3 major challenges that we have experienced and top that up with 3 major opportunities. The Bureau of Gender Affairs Jamaica is cognizant of the fact that when we talk about growing economies, we cannot ignore that half of the population holds half of the potential. So in Jamaica, women are already driving micro and small businesses, but the gap between their ambition and their access to capital remains wide. The Bureau of Gender Affairs understands that a gender architecture is a quick solution to a myriad of issues. And for that reason, we work extremely closely with our civil society partners or NGO partners because we have recognized that partnership is the key for development. I here list 3 major challenges. 1, gender-based violence and safety concerns. That has been a big issue for us, and so we have been implementing a national strategic action plan to eliminate gender-based violence. One of the quick actions we've taken is that we have created a gender-based response team that allows us to respond quickly to persons who need support and persons who need to be whisked off if it is that they're in an unsafe environment. The second challenge is access to finance and just getting into the formal economy as an MSME. So we have looked at opportunities for persons that will allow them to be a part of an opportunity that we've created called COPE. It's called COPE because it says what it does. It's a community outreach program, and it involves persons who are doing lots of business. The third challenge is care burden and time poverty. So Jamaica carries a disproportionate share, that's Jamaican women, of unpaid care work. We recognize that with investments that are smart, we will allow these persons to be able to get out of that space and become return on investments. Now to the opportunities. The first one is that we have looked at integrating economic empowerment into our GBV response. So the model we have used allows us to be able to run very swiftly with the implementation of that plan I spoke about, which we call the NSAP GBV for short, using the continuum of care for gender-based violence, survivors of gender-based violence, to allow us to have an integrated approach as we work collaboratively. Another approach is that we have leveraged lots of opportunities through the Gender Bureau. So we are a policy-driven institution. And so we understand that being an architecture gives us clout, and it allows a myriad of opportunities. So our structure is to make sure that whatever we do as a policy, that it is integrated and it is noised abroad, so everybody is aware of it. So we do that through a number of opportunities that are on-the-ground opportunities. And of course, we utilize very effectively our CSO and
Thank you. Thank you very much. Ahora invitamos.
Let me now invite Gloria Reyes, Minister for Women in the Dominican Republic.
Hay que poner el tiempo correctamente, por favor.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, señora moderadora.
Thank you, moderator. I'd like to greet everyone. And that includes all of the representatives of civil society present here. And let me begin by stating a central truth. We need women to fight inequalities, to sustain our democracies, and to move towards inclusive growth. We in the Dominican Republic have learned that labor inclusion and all the other points that I made require deliberate public policies. Between 2021 and 2023, we grew by 6.5% annually. We dropped to 5% in terms of unemployment and 17% for monetary issues. This came accompanied with strengthening of Social Security, which is improving the lives of more than 1 million homes. However, it's important that all of this also mean greater autonomy for women, and that's why we thought of 4 different separate steps that we think are important in that regard. The first has to do with justice. We want to strengthen consideration and social protection. Secondly, economic autonomy and access to markets. We have carved out 10% of the amount we give to small and medium-sized enterprises for the help of more than 1 million women who assist in providing services to the Dominican world. More recently, we have the Superintendency of Banks, which has underscored the need to make very sure what the share is of micro, medium, and larger enterprises. We know that more than 60% of women are, of entrepreneurs are women in my country, and of these, most are small and medium-sized. So really, women are carrying the day. We believe that employment and entrepreneurship have to be taken into account, and that's why the Ministry of Women and Public Enterprises just approved a framework law for care in the public services where there are nurseries and where there are flexible schedules to help mothers. We also know that technology is the name of the game. And that is why we think it is that critical for women to learn about software and how to learn better. So we have a very concrete example here so that we can share tools to make sure that entrepreneurship and inclusive purchasing will improve the labor prospects and employment prospects, I should say, of women in the economy. Thank you so much. We now want to invite Minister Curriola, Minister of Guyana and President of the SIM. I'd like to take up what our friend from the World Bank just reminded us. Panama is one of those countries that really does pretty well in terms of equality of opportunities. We have a 1999 law that speaks to the equality of opportunities for women in Panama. And we have another public law on the subject and are equally working on a plan of action between 2026 to 2029. There are 15 different elements involved: human rights, legal equality, and access to justice for women, to boil it down to this. Integral health, inclusion for equity, culture, sports, the right to security, and a life free from violence. This and co-responsibility in terms of care, sustainable development, territoriality and housing, science, technology, and innovation. The participation and ability to work in the public life of one's country. Women who are vulnerable, indigenous, Afro-descendants, women living in rural areas who are deprived of liberty, migrants, or in any other difficulty that impedes their mobility, governance, and institutional development. Those are the big planks. How do we go about ensuring that we can work with this? We have 52 institutions throughout the country that actually have an office on gender. What is their raison d'etre? They are supposed to come up with a plan so that from that different office, from those different offices, the population in general is reached. Law 56 of 2007 speaks to a group of committed women that are very much part of important boards of companies that improve the mentorship. There are 57 public enterprises that include these women on their list of directors. Thank you very much, Minister, says the chair. We're now going to give the floor to the Minister for Women and Vulnerable Populations from Peru, Edith Vichapet. Hello, good afternoon, and all the best to all of you. Representatives of civil society, ministers and delegates, the hierarchy here at the OAS, thank you very much to each of you for sharing your experience. When we see women in the high positions that we're discussing here, and this involves all of us, we can be certain that each country has a better chance of moving forward in labor laws and education and health, and quite frankly, put bluntly, the quality of democracy itself. And the question of digital learning and usage is transversal. It's cross-cutting. We want to make sure that we help the economy, we help the health sector, among other areas. And that is what we have sought to do in Peru. We have also implemented a great number of important strategies. As Minister for Women and Vulnerable Populations, we are very much focused on our boys, girls, adolescents, women, and elder people of both genders, because we don't want to forget the latter. We want these different age groups, each one has its challenges, and we want to be there and make a difference for the better. In our country, we've come up with a strategy that makes a lot of sense for us, and that is to favor entrepreneur women. We have more than 50,000 women that have signed up to a digital platform to make sure that they learn and feel comfortable with digital issues. And it is through that that we coordinate better with various ministries, agriculture, production, and others. Why? Because we women require these entrepreneurships to feel safer. And to what do I mean by safer? It involves being able to fight for oneself and not to depend on a man or, for that matter, anybody else. We certainly want to empower our women to escape violent milieu, which is key. We have 4 strategies in Peru. One is headed by FONADI that assists people with disabilities. We hold different workshops. We teach from an early age little children to work better with their disabilities. We also have Eguarmiñan in Quechua, that means the road for women, where we seek to assist women who have, alas, suffered sexual, psychological, or any other kind of violence. There are so many. So that those women can live on their own, make money on their own, and feel that they can assist their family. We also have a ministry based on giving thanks, gratitude. Finish with your fourth strategy very quickly, says the chair. We have in Navid, we teach children and adolescents to have some kind of job, learning a skill that will enable them to be independent. Thank you very much for wrapping it up, says the chair. We appreciate that information. The Parliamentary Secretary of Trinidad and Tobago has the floor. Madam, you're recognized.
In Trinidad and Tobago, women's labor inclusion and entrepreneurship are supported through a strong legislative framework, targeted policies, and practical empowerment initiatives, all aimed at creating greater equality, protection, and opportunity for women. At the legislative level, the Constitution of our Republic guarantees equality and freedom from discrimination on the basis of race, origin, color, religion, or sex, while several supporting laws reinforce women's participation in economic and professional life. These include the Equal Opportunity Act, which prohibits discrimination in employment, the Minimum Wages Act, which protects workers from exploitation, and the Maternity Protection Act, which safeguards the rights of pregnant women in the workplace, and the Occupational Safety and Health Act, which secures safe and healthy working conditions for all employees. These laws are strengthened by workplace policies, such as the National Workplace Policy on Sexual Harassment and the Guidelines on Sexual Harassment in the Workplace, which both promote safer and more dignified working environments for women across both the public and private sectors. As a result, Trinidad and Tobago has established stronger mechanisms for redress and accountability for women who experience discrimination or inappropriate treatment in the workplace. However, one of the key lessons learned is that the passage of legislation alone is insufficient. Sustained enforcement, monitoring, and adequate resources remain critical. To that end, initiatives such as the She Trades Hub connects female entrepreneurs to international markets. The Women's Village initiative creates opportunities for women to showcase products and network with suppliers and have benefited over 250 women. Additionally, the Sewing Empowerment through Entrepreneurial Development, our SEED program, administered by our Ministry of the People and Social Development, provides grants and skills and training to vulnerable women and supports micro-businesses development and self-employment. Other initiatives include our Agricultural Incentive Program and our Youth Business Trinidad and Tobago Jumpstart Program that continue to provide training, mentorship, and access to entrepreneurial opportunities for women and young persons. Going forward, Trinidad and Tobago believes there is significant value in greater regional cooperation, particularly in strengthening monitoring systems, expanding access to markets, mentorship, and entrepreneurial hubs, and leveraging digital tools to support women in business and employment. In this regard, the SIM and cooperation agencies can play a critical role through technical assistance, financial support, exchange programs, and capacity building initiatives that further advance women's economic empowerment across the region. I thank you.
Thank you. And last, we're gonna give the floor to Bethany Cosma, Director, Secretary's Office of Global Affairs, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services from the United States. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished delegates and colleagues. The United States is deeply committed to working alongside this commission to advance our shared goals of expanding women's economic opportunity across the Americas. In order to do so, we must all recognize the unique value of women by first respecting and recognizing biological truth in all of our policy approaches. To ensure our efforts yield the greatest impact, we must ground our decisions in the lived realities of women. Addressing the economic challenges women face requires policies rooted in the realities of women's daily lives, responsibilities, and aspirations. We must understand and celebrate who women truly are in all aspects of their lives. As we discuss the vital importance of labor participation in entrepreneurship, we must also acknowledge the family as the fundamental unit of society, and with that, the foundational role of mothers. For decades, the international community has rightfully recognized that the family is entitled to the protection and support by society and the state. When families are supported, nations thrive. True economic empowerment must never demand that women view motherhood as an obstacle to progress. Rather, we must believe that empowerment means having the freedom to thrive in the workforce while also embracing opportunities outside of it. The role of motherhood holds immense value in shaping societies and is vital to the stability, health, and future of our nations. Taking care of children shouldn't be a chore. It's not. It's a privilege and honor to shape the next generation. Policies must foster equal opportunity in the workforce while deeply respecting, accommodating, and elevating the irreplaceable role of mothers. We must design labor frameworks that empower women to excel professionally without forcing them to compromise their fundamental roles within the family. In the United States, we're taking direct action to support this critical balance. Through our newly launched moms.gov initiative, the Department of Health and Human Services provides a centralized resource for women to access critical information on healthcare, childcare, and financial support. This empowers mothers with the tools they need to succeed both in the home and the workforce. Our nation should be supporting and encouraging women not just in their careers but in all aspects of their lives. That is true women's empowerment. The United States stands ready to partner on concrete, reality-based policies that dismantle barriers to female entrepreneurship and employment and recognize the realities many women face balancing careers and motherhood. We urge this commission to champion economic policies that celebrate the unique contributions of women, elevate the role of mothers, and allow families to thrive. Our nation and the Americas will be stronger because of it.
Thank you very much. Ahora,
Thank you indeed for all of your comments, the various programs that have been described. Many of them are really stellar. Thank you for sharing all of that. And now let us turn to Ambassador Céline Justi, who is a representative for the French Republic, who will speak about the coopération, the cooperation program that France has. Thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair, Madam President of the SIM, Mrs. Palacio, Madam Ladies Ministers, dear friends of the Inter-American Committee of Women, Aura Berger, who is the French Minister for Equality and the struggle against discrimination, alas, was unable to join us today. It is critically important as the observer that we are, to share the voice of France at this 40th Assembly of the Inter-American Commission of Women in such an important dialogue that is focused on a matter that is key, both sides of the Atlantic, to strengthen the economic role of women and also to remove all of the obstacles that may keep them from full employment and economic advancement. As Gisèle Halimi, a very famous person in the history of France, above all else, become independent. The very groundwork of your liberation depends on it, she used to say, where society for so long has locked women out. This statement and this thought is as strong today as it was when it was first uttered. And whether we're talking about wage levels, the overrepresentation of women in the informal sector, and certainly in parceling out domestic work at home, without autonomy, equality can in no way be fulfilled. That is the bottom line. But this is not just a question of justice. Let us remember that what we're after here is a wonderful platform for growth, because we're looking at fighting what holds us back. France believes that an environment that is favorable to economic advancement isn't constructed overnight, and it is built through concrete mechanisms, measurable means by which women can move forward. We know that much has yet to be perfected, but we know, first of all, that transparency matters. That's why we have an index of professional equality. Any company of more than 50 wage earners has to explain clearly how women are promoted, how much they are paid, and any enterprise that is not coming up with the right answers to that will have to take remedial measures and explain. Now, from an economic standpoint, France was one of the first to impose quotas through the law that was established in 2011 and with the law called ICSA of 2021 that looked very clearly at quotas on the public sector. A third principle is sharing domestic work. It is important that household work be shared. France now offers 20 days to men to have a holiday, particularly after the birth of the most recent child. We also look at access to financing, and particularly to companies that are led by women. Now, none of these policies is perfect in and of itself, and we know that a great deal needs to be done to further bridge the great gap in wages paid to women as against men. But 12% of the women were initially held, but now it's over 40%. Only 12% were up at high leadership, but now they are 26.6%. So we're getting there. Understanding that economic equality doesn't fall from the heavens. It can only result from a feminist diplomacy and very careful, specific measures. That's why we sustain policies of this nature in Latin America, for instance, in Peru, also in Costa Rica, the Banco Popular, the People's Bank, also, and in Mexico, we very much back the Agricultural Bank. We assist, therefore, the financial measures that are taken to help women. Cooperation isn't just about money and giving more of it. It also has very much to do with sharing policies and sharing what works. It's for that reason that France is so proud that we have been able to support the work of SIM through the model law that Alejandra Mora shared today. This is a concrete example of how we countries can make a difference in public policy in order to get specific and tangible results for women. Because how can any country go forward if half of the population is held back? To conclude, yes, please do conclude, says the chair. The delegate of France continues, I just want to close by applauding SIM, which for decades has made such a difference in the Americas and in helping that our public policies in this country are for the better. France will stand by you and all other agencies of the OAS to make the difference we need. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, says the chair to the French delegate, and indeed, thank you, each of you. This brings this part of our session to an end, ladies and gentlemen. We will be back in 50 minutes, 50, not quite an hour, 50 minutes. And I hope you enjoy your lunch. Bon appétit. Thank you, Angela. Thank you, delegates. We shall do that. And we will see you at 2:30. You have lunch available downstairs in the patio.